you'll have to answer some tough questions. Yes, well, we have a lot of terminologies, and most of cases people say, well, these are your stuff from Europe and US and so on. But I was very happy to see in Makerere, people have been already developing some tools in virtual reality and augmented reality. In fact, I had one student there who created some good tools for teaching anatomy, and I was very happy to see from the School of Medicine, they're also doing it. So this is here. Basically, you better get on the train. There's no way we can stay behind. But when it comes to this presentation, we'll go very quickly through definitions, then we look at scenarios of use, we look at current design and development trends, we look at research challenges and future directions. Then we have hopefully some time for group activities, where of course we will discuss, and then hopefully each group will be able to present. The last part, which is I hope very interesting, you'll have a chance to try out different virtual reality and augmented reality tools. We have some kits with us, which of course will be open to you to try. But before we continue, I think it's quite important from the etymological perspective to try to understand, if we talk about virtual reality, extended reality, mixed reality, what is it really? But before we even get to technology, it all has to go back to humans, to life, basically. What is real, what is not real? In your understanding, anyone, what is real, what might not be real? How do you define a reality? Anyone? I see someone is reading it on a computer. Have you found out? Are you virtual or you are real? Who's real?
Real is like tangible, like realistic.
Well, when we talk about reality, we also like to talk about existence, right? She mentioned something which is tangible. But does it mean anything which is not tangible does not exist, or it's not real? Some of you believe in God, right? Is God real or not? Is he tangible? That's nice.
I mean, when you talk about existence, that's, I mean, that, sorry, in that sense, yeah, a couple of seconds. But actually, I don't agree. I mean, the whole issue of what's real, it's all real. Because when you talk about objects, but anything that's a touchable object in the virtual world, it can be particularly a reality. Therefore, to me, and the fact that we can actually sell it and buy it makes it a reality.
It's like some people are protesting here. That's nice. But I tend to agree with you, though. Something to be real should not necessarily be tangible in the physical world. Actually, these days we even have digital identities. Is it an identity? Is it a real identity? Do I exist, actually? I don't know. That's my problem. But, well, for the sake of clarity, we'll just go through some of the definitions. The first one being extended reality, where the term includes and refer to kind of all the terms that you use in the virtual world. So it's more of an umbrella. It's being misused in many different ways, but at least we can mostly focus on what we call immersive technologies, right? And by immersion, it's more about expectations and feelings and what to realize within yourself in the first place, right? How immersed or not immersed you are, it refers to how you feel at that very time and how do you respond to different types of stimuli existing around you, right? And the level of immersion very much depends on how you feel you are present in that reality being around you. Whether it's digital or physical, you can be really immersed, which can also be explained in terms of being so taken by the situation, the context, so that you almost forget anything else that's beyond that, right? So from the extended reality, which is more like an umbrella, then we go to virtual reality. Most people think of virtual reality as an augmentation of the real world, but in a sense, you really are in a different world. A little bit disconnected from the physical world in a sense, especially your eyes cannot see anything that is existing in the physical world, but you just see everything that is in the digital world. So we have some examples of tools that are used as to present virtual reality environments. The The most common ones are head-mounted devices like this one. This is an Oculus Quest 2. It's one of the good ones, but of course we'll see there are still some challenges. The beauty with this one, you can really see a different world which is created by designers and programmers, and of course the technology is creating electronics. And this also has a kind of 3 dimensions, because here, the audio, but you can also kind of virtually touch certain elements using controls. And sometimes you have natural user interfaces, but you may also need a handheld controllers, right? Then we have augmented reality. Yes? You can, actually. That goes back to imagination. How do you project heaven? Yesterday we've been talking about the preferred futures, yeah, and how we do the horizon scanning. So if you scan your heaven and visualize it within your mind, you have a mental image of what heaven may look like. Then people like Yulia and her colleagues can create heaven for you. As long as you believe it, then you'll be in your heaven. Sigvion, did you? I wasn't a very successful singer, so. Then from virtual reality, we look at augmented reality. It's also a real-time interactive technology where you have overlays of digital content on the physical content. In a sense, you can see some pictures, for example, videos, but on top of that, you have also the real world. An example is, for example, when you're driving, right? You could be driving, you have a display on your screen which shows, for example, how many kilometers you're making per hour, the corners of the road virtually, but you can also see the real road. The most common tools are augmented reality glasses, like this one, for example. Of course, you can still see people. You have glasses here, but it's embedded with a number of cameras, the main one being this one. So you can still see the world. Actually, I used this to go to see gorillas. It was a very good experience. At the same time, I could see my gorillas, record them, and follow without really having to hold anything in my hands. So it was quite cool. Then we have mixed reality. Mixed reality is a bit of a combination of augmented reality and virtual reality. In a sense, you are in an immersive world, right? So the real worlds are coexisting with the physical world. The advantage of such a tool, for example, it's a possibility to be able to interact simultaneously with the virtual objects and physical objects, right? Because most of the augmented reality tools, you really interact with the virtual world or virtual content, whereas with this extended mixed reality, it's a possibility to interact with both worlds. One good example is Microsoft HoloLens, which is also available here, and I hope we'll be able to play around with it and try it out. Well, I'll throw in a summary of all that I said, so that if you get the slides, you can read it easily. And of course, I throw in a source where you can find more information. The next part of this presentation is the scenarios of use.
So, of course, there's many areas of use for this. And yesterday I showed you the reality. It's that this cube is physical, but when you point the camera, like a mobile camera, you get an overlay. Same with this t-shirt. So using XR can be used in different ways. Learners grasp abstract concepts. You can do, for example, you do chemistry in class. Instead of doing dangerous in class, you can instead use VR or to test out a project solution. You can enhance learning experiences, inspire and motivate. You can do many things that you could have not ever do before. For example, here you could travel back in time. You could travel back to Roman times and learn history from Caesar himself, for example. where you can travel space, spaceship discovering planets that we have in the system. So the possibilities are endless. Maybe some of you, how would you use this technology? Is there anything you do that you think could be done in virtual reality? Or a topic, history, geography, technology? You could look at things that are too see. You could test out a car crash, for example. It's cost much less than actually crashing a car, right? Also added some examples. Talk much about Google has where you can both virtual reality and solutions. Some of them are traveling to different places in the world, history, for example. Virtuality you saw earlier is a shirt with merge cube. Was this one? This one you have many different types of apps for this. It doesn't have to be medical. You have an idea for this, you can in Copybase's DAY2 is also a collection of apps for virtual reality. Brush, that's the one you see on top here. In virtual reality, you can paint in 3D. So you walk around the landscape of your own painting. Paint mountains, all 3D. Next slide. Another scenario is healthcare. And I know someone here is actually VR for healthcare. He's very busy looking at it. So there's many uses for VR and AR in healthcare. Some examples, you can train doctors without put them in patients. You know, the patients can practice on a virtual patient before seeing on people. Or you have to spend a lot of money. Dolls, you know, just use a virtual reality. You can practice operations, you can do anxiety treatment. This is an example of anxiety treatment. I'm very scared of spiders, for example. It would be good for me to start with having a spider on my augmented reality instead of actually going and touching one. Physical therapy is also another one. Patients who had stroke or Parkinson's disease, they can go through a virtual reality game. They train and regain control of their muscles. And entertainment is big uses of VR. So a few years ago, there was a game that everyone played. I don't know if it was this popular it was Pokemon Go. Did anyone try that? Pokemon Go. You tried it. You tried it. So that's a game where you collect around with you. You use your camera to find small animals in the environment. And then you can collect them. It's a game for kids, but it's also very fun for adults. So a big part of the world was introduced to XR entertainment. They can either be location-based, like Pokemon Go, you walk around, or they can also involve physical movement. So several VR, for example, where you have to use your hands play the game. There are also a lot of are in um, theater or cinema possibilities. I have some examples. Pokemon Saber is a rhythm game. You play with two swords and you have squares. So it's actually kind of a workout, physical work. Sleep No More is a reality movie. Microsoft Flight Simulator on over is a serious game. So you're playing, learning something. It's good for pilots that want to before they actually go in a real plane, in a real simulator. The last scenario, engineering services and maintenance. So XR is good for this because it helps you to visualize and design and operate with people in different areas. You can remove the need for thick manuals. So imagine, for example, there's a problem with your car, but instead of having a thick manual on how to fix it, just a small code, scan with your, and then you can walk around the engine, see what is where, and where you have to do things to fix it. You can also do remote installations, repairs, and maintenance. You can be by experts from other parts of the world. Put on, for example, the HoloLens. They will see what you see.
Thank you, Julia. Yes. Yes.
Is there a universal tool? Each application for each scenario of use, you must have a special app, special software. Whatever you want to do, be done. Those classes of yours. So.
Say there's not one tool for everything, but it all goes by what you want really to get done, right? Then knowing what you want to get done from a scenario of use, you can select the appropriate hardware and appropriate software. For instance, if you want just to watch a film, you don't need really to do much manipulations with your hands, for example. But if you want to be able to learn how to operate someone, then you really have to interact with tools with hands, right? So then you need the control in your hand. I think it's all about the scenarios of use. What do you achieve? Well, there's a lot of development lately when it comes to virtual reality, but by the way, it goes long back in the 60s. It was already there in terms of development. But we see some trends going on and the challenges. First of all, most designers and developers are trying to create as much as possible for immersion and engagement, because the whole point of having virtual reality is to feel as close as possible to the real world, to the reality as we try to define it here. And that brings some challenges in a sense, because you will try to be close to the reality in a sense. The level of realism should be there so people already feel they are connected to that world. If I'm playing a game like I was doing, I should feel like there's a real table tennis. So that's something people are working on very, very hard. Then it's also important to be comfortable when you're using these tools. They come up with some challenges. First of all, you're trying to control many things. You're in an environment. You want to stay safe. You don't want to hit a table, for example. So you have to make sure that people feel well when they're using it. The challenge you have there with the spatial orientation and navigation, if you're in a virtual world, you're almost completely disconnected from the real world. But I was playing there were some tables. So how do I orient myself and be able to navigate both in the virtual world and the physical world? Because after all, humans live mostly in the physical world. So how do I navigate through that channel? Sometimes you're like on a roller coaster, for example, or you are walking in a forest. So how do you use your normal senses as a human to orient yourself? What are your points of reference, for example? So when you design for virtual reality, you should try to mimic the way humans usually behave in a physical world. That's an interesting point. They try to avoid cyber sickness. Some of us, when we drive in a car, for example, or on a boat, you feel like sick and throwing up. So the same may happen when you're using virtual reality, because on one hand, you see as if you're walking somewhere, you're interacting with stuff, but you're just stationary, or maybe even sitting. So your brain can be a little bit confused if the design is not good enough, so that you really feel you're in a different world. That also comes with technological challenges in terms of hardware. How fast can, for example, the lights change or the events happening? Because we're so used to a different way. Well, your eyes are telling you you were in a place that you are moving, but your brain, your perceptive senses tell you actually you're not moving. Then there's a confusion. And what happens? You may start throwing up. Well, they're trying to enhance realism, especially based on the visuals. If you create a character in virtual reality, and if that's supposed to be a dog, then it should look really like a dog. So how do you make sure the dog looks like a dog, can walk like a dog, can bark like a dog, even the hair look like a dog's hair, right? What kind of colors do you use? That's a bit challenging. Audio and sound, we are usually used to 360 sound. When I'm here, for example, now I can hear speakers here, but I'm also hearing some noises this side. My brain easily is able to process that information. Then when I'm in virtual reality, where are the sources of sound? In many cases, you have only headset on, so it feels like it's a stereo sound, whereas it was supposed to be coming from all areas. So how do you design that sound in a sense? If you see a car, for example, moving, you can really feel from the sound. The car moved from this point to this point and not in another direction. That's quite important. Interactions and user control. We are used to hold things like this, for example. Then the controls we have, how do we have enough buttons, for example, that if I want to click with this finger, I can, this finger, I can, but also if I have to use some natural interactions, in a sense, I just tap in the air, something happens. One, to design them is a little bit interesting and challenging, but also how humans, people like you and me, get used to that new environment. Haptic feedback is something we should also be aware of. Like you're playing a game, boxing, for example. I have one boxing game there. Usually when you hit something, you feel really you have hit it. But if you hit something virtually or on a digital tool, how does it feel? So there should be at least some vibrations. That gets even more interesting when you are playing games like driving cars, like racing cars. If you turn a corner and hit somewhere, how do you feel? So there should be really a feedback on your body with some pressures. That's where we have things like motion simulators, for example, which can be coupled to virtual reality tools so that you really feel like you are driving a real car. Those are some of the interesting design and development trends. However, this also comes with always challenges. Our eyes have some way of saying we have a well-defined field of view, what we can see without really turning around. So when they design for virtual reality and augmented reality, they want to make sure the field of view that you get is almost as the same as you get in a physical world. And that's a little bit challenging. Because if you have to turn too much, one, you get to strain your neck, and two, you lose interest, then the immersion is gone, right? You have a refresh rate because we are dealing with video, and these are very heavy video content, so they have really to adapt all the time. Because if I'm here, and one of you just moves a finger for a second or less, I should be able to perceive it. So how does it work in virtual reality? That's something we need to address as well. The processing power, the connectivity, the weight and size, like those devices, some of them weigh almost 500 grams. If you have to carry it for 30 minutes, you're pretty tired. So developers are trying to minimize on the weight while they increase, for example, the processing power. And that comes with challenges with the connectivity as well. If you have to have a stable connection, right now we're streaming from the virtual reality kit to my iPad, the screen. How do you make sure those connections go as fast as it can be? And by the way, the controllers also need to be connected to the head-mounted device. Sometimes you also need to connect to a computer. So all these are interesting points. Software development platforms, there are several, as you mentioned. One of the most successful these days is Unity, but there's also Unreal. So we also need to know which one is more appropriate to our scenario of use, but also other considerations, like the price, for example. If you're going to develop applications as students just for the sake of learning, you don't want to be paying subscriptions of thousands of dollars, right? I would like to play this 1.5 minute video to show you some of the development trends going on. I hope that was interesting for you, and of course you can find it on YouTube and watch again. There's a lot of development going on. I mentioned about the software that is being used. Unity is one of those very practical ones. And to answer Paul's question, Unity comes with many different features and plugins, like the AR Foundation, for example, with which you can create augmented reality software for the Android-based systems, for iOS supporting systems, and of course, Microsoft-based systems and HoloLens, right? On top of that, you have what we call Mars, where you can create your AR app. Then it runs through this like middleware to the AR Foundation. We also have Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine can also be used to create applications, but mostly it's interesting to create content, because with the Unreal Engine, you can really create content which are more realistic when you compare to the real world, right? As of recent, there are also new developments, because in virtual reality environments, you'll have a lot of avatars, for example. You need characters. So they came up with some technology where you can create high-fidelity digital humans. Like if you want to play with somebody in a virtual reality, there will be possibilities to play with someone who has a face like yours, for example, or a different one. What they do, they scan so many real human faces, which they put on 3D models of humans, then it looks almost as a real person, right? So that's the level of realism that's being achieved today. And I'm pretty sure some of you in this room can create it the same if you wanted. Right. As I mentioned, there are several pending challenges. The first one, it's about data security and privacy. I don't know if you noticed, but when I was trying to connect the device there, it first asked me, the game of all things, if it's okay to record my audio, if it's okay to record my video. I don't know for what, and I don't know where they go. So there's a lot of challenge about the data security and privacy. In fact, the head mount I was wearing here has for external cameras. So probably it was recording all of you, and who knows where the data is going. In many cases, it's manufactured, in this case, Meta or Facebook, right? Did you give consent? No. Did I? Somehow. So we need to be aware of it. And again, when you are wearing these tools, they're recording the environment. Some of the data you may get through that environment should probably not be saved in the cloud, because most of this runs on the cloud anyway, or sent somewhere else that you don't even know. We have still a challenge with natural user interfaces, because most of the interactions, you want to do them like hands-free. But if you have different lights, for example, how will they notice you have tapped here or there? That has also to do with the tracking and environment scanning. That is still a challenge. We don't have all the same size of hands, by the way. And when you talk about light, the color of the skin can also be a challenge sometimes. Then we have the usability. How is it easy to use? If you wear that mask, for example, how does it adjust to your head for the comfort in the first place? But also, how do you really know to use which controls? How much time does it take you to learn how to use it? Cyber sickness, I've mentioned it already. We are also getting more into a world of collaborative working. So how do you work with others in a virtual world? And you want to be immersed on one hand, but you also want to be connected to other participants. That remains one of the interesting challenges. That being said, I would like to invite you to form teams of 3 to 5 members, right? And the task is to try out 1 to 2 VR or AR applications related to your field of interest. We will give you access to a virtual reality tool, Oculus, AR, and some mixed reality. Then you present your work to one peer group, right? Is that clear for everyone? First of all, you can create and describe one either virtual reality, augmented reality, or extended reality application scenario in your field of interest. Now that you have seen these tools, how can they be used to support your work in whatever you're working on? A group of 5. Yeah? Can you make groups, please? You have about 20 minutes for this exercise. Sorry? Yes? There you need to talk. Some also are very clever to work with any interest. This should be for everyone, including people next door. Are people next door following? Or should I go there? Does this microphone work? There? Hello? Good morning. How is life in this part of the world? Did you manage to follow something? Any questions? How? The tasks are here already. If I were you, I would take a picture on my phone and just have everything. You do it here. You don't need to go anywhere. Right. The idea is today with this presentation was to introduce to you virtual reality technology, augmented reality technology, and mixed reality technology, which all of it will be called extended reality, right? First of all, we try to see what are the application scenarios, where are those tools used. If you follow the presentation, I guess you recall some is used for education, for example. If you want to demonstrate how Mount Karisimbi looks like, for example, you can just have it on your head and try to climb, just experience as if you are at Mount Karisimbi. If you're a medical doctor in a training, for example, you want to learn how to operate a heart, yeah, you can use this virtual tool. You open a heart virtually inside, right? So that's the idea. We also looked at some of the important points you have to consider when you're designing, because after all, you want this tool to put people in a place as if it's a physical world, yeah? So now, the task is you form groups of 5 people, and each group we try to think of how can you use those technologies for your interest. If you like football, for example, if you like to teach Kinyarwanda or French, if you like to be a mechanical person, like you repair cars, how can you use such tools? Clear? I need to see back my slides there with the task. Now you're very confused. I removed my PowerPoint slides. Yes. So these are the tasks I gave. Task number one, you need to create and describe one virtual reality, augmented reality, or extended reality application scenario in your field of interest. Then after that, we'll give you the devices so you can try out one or two applications running on a device. Yeah. Then after that, you need to present your work. Let's say this group will present that one, and that one will present that one. What did you come up with? What was your application scenario? How can these tools be useful? What you're doing, right? Any questions? Great. Maybe 10 minutes quickly, you are coming up with your application scenario. Since they're moving these slides, maybe one of you in the group takes a picture of the screen so you don't miss the instructions. Can we take group numbers? Let's say you're group number 1, group number 2, group number 3, number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How it works, group 1 will present the work to group 2, yeah? And vice versa. Group 3 presents to 4 and vice versa, okay? So on, yeah. Then group 7 can present to me. It's okay to do it on WhatsApp as long as you're done in 10 minutes. If I may have your attention, please, just a minute. We talked about different types of devices. I just want to show briefly. At first, we have virtual reality, where we say there will be digital elements in an environment which is completely created by software. And that environment should show as if you're outside. So once you put on this head mouse device, HMD as an abbreviation, of course you can't see anything else. Yeah? You're just totally in a virtual environment. However, you have sounds, right? You can also touch, but still, you really don't see the real world. That's a virtual reality head-mounted device. We have also augmented reality, where you have digital content, which is overlaid the physical world, right? Like these glasses. If you put on these glasses, I can open an application, for example, a camera. With the camera, I'm seeing you as real people, but that augmented reality is helping me to record. I'm recording actually anything that I see. One of the application domains, for example, I could be a novice doctor. Yeah, I'm trying to check maybe you have a wound here, but I really don't know what it is. But since this is connected to internet, maybe there's a specialist in Butare or a hospital in Kigali who can also see exactly what I'm seeing. Then the guy can tell me, okay, cut that wound there, a needle somewhere. I just follow instructions. This also has a speaker in it, right? I can also be driving, like coming to Rukara. I open the maps here. I'm just driving. The maps will tell me always around and so on. I can still see there is a police want to stop me. Of course, I have to stop, but I can still get my map on That's augmented reality. Basically, you take virtual world and put it on top of the real world. It has a camera, several cameras, and a microphone, by the way. Then we have a mixed reality. Like that's a Microsoft HoloLens version 1, by the way. It's there for at least, I think, 6 years. But there's a second version which is much more improved. This is a mixed reality because it combines both. You can be almost completely in a virtual reality if you want, but you can also combine pictures of the virtual world, basically digital content like a movie or something, on top of the real world, almost as these glasses. But it's more interesting because with this one, you also have possibility to interact with the digital content in the virtual world. For instance, this one has a browser. Yeah, you all use browsers like Chrome. Browser is not Chrome, though. Microsoft browser. So you can just wear it. Like you could be teaching, for example. Yeah. Stuff like here, I open just the stuff. How do you call your learning management system? The Moodle, the UR Moodle. So I'm still seeing you all. I have my Moodle. Still seeing really. Yeah, I flip next page, next slide. And I can also stream this on the screen. So you see it. Basically, I'm manipulating the digital content while I still interact with you physically. I can greet you, for example. I can hand you something that does not vision. We created a project with some students, for example, with this one, for maintenance engineers. The same kind of application scenario. You are looking at an engine in front of you, which maybe you don't know how to do it. Someone else is also seeing it. So you can manipulate the engine. They send you maybe a document, an instruction manual. You still see it here. So you have the instructional manual in one part of your glass. You still see the physical engine. So you read that manual, you see how it looks like, what you should do, then you do it straight away. So that's a mixed reality device. Yes, sorry for interruption, but any quick question? In a few minutes, you have a chance, of course, to play with them and see they work. We'll be here all day, so be able to do it because more presentations are coming. But I really, really hope, especially those of you in computer science or related fields, you'll be able to create content. Because when I come to Rwanda or other countries in Africa, main issue is always like, oh, these are tools for some others. No, these are tools for you. In fact, I know Makerere University have created some. I know RDB have some applications. For example, if they go to Dubai to present, visit Rwanda and so on, they can really show gorillas and stuff. I took pictures of gorillas with this one, by the way. It really works here. Sorry, I took your time. 10 minutes, done with scenarios. Then you can play a little bit with the tools.
Okay, let's try. Well, 1, 2.
Hello, if I may have your attention, please. Um, Unfortunately, we don't have much more time for this VRAR session. So if you do the briefing quickly, one group to another, what scenarios did you come with? Then we wrap up. We have less than 5 minutes. Can you talk to the group next to you? Then this group talk to the next group. And your group, you can present what you did to this group, what scenario you came with, and the other group too. Yeah? Just to tell them what type of scenarios did you think of and how can that be useful. Yes?
Hello, hello, and oh, teachers. So we happen to have been students. They are what we call classroom routines. So say hello, say is hi. Hello, hello. That's it. So that's one of the attract the students or participants' attention. Professor Morris is winding up in the other room, actually giving the other group of the students a chance to practice the virtual reality being presented here. And we will be back in the room. We agreed in the next 2 minutes. So in the next 2 minutes, we should be having the next presentation. I can see the presenter ready. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. My name is Sigbjørn Nedland. I'm a music journalist, a radio producer, and a music producer. And I've been working a lot with African music, especially East African music, over the past 25 years. I'm going to go very analog now. Well, it says digitize in the title of my speech here, but we start very, very analog. We have to start analog because we are talking about heritage. Now, this one is not wanting to. There we are. We're going to talk about music heritage, but we cannot start right away talking about music because we have to make some small comparisons. Now, analog memories of the past. What are they? Well, we have them in libraries, we have them in museums, we have treasuries of wisdom, knowledge, and culture. They contain very important documentations of our heritage. As long as we are talking about books, paintings, sculptures, various artifacts, find and preserve items for a long, even thousands of years. Statues 2,000 years old, cave paintings 20,000 years, still preserved. But with music, it's different. With music, we have not had the same possibilities. Not been preserve music. We had to document it through describing it somehow, notate it in other types of media, serving the music. Instrument, music that serve the music. It's only a few hundred years ago that music notation is quite precise, of course. So we have been able to preserve words, poems, theater pieces, stories, history, religious texts. And this possibility has been thousands of years. And we have been able to depict our environment, to symbols. It's less than 150 years ago. Sound. The sound playing now. there is sound. Were the first words in human history that was actually heard outside of this device. Sorry, we had problems with the sound here. So this was sound recorded, music recorded on Edison phonograph in 1877. So the media that we use to create, serve our culture, most of them can still last for a long time. So maintain and restore them. Media we use to serve sound are the most perishable. Do you know? Cassette tape. CD. Well, strangely enough, some of the oldest audio, shellac. Well, of course, bad things can happen to it. Perfectly preserved 78 RPM shellac record should sound exactly as it did when it was new. Sorry about this. So this is the sound of really old, perfectly preserved 78 RPM record. Most of the old records, this one sounds amazingly well. Most records, yes, there will be some dirt. The sound will suffer. Yeah? Yeah. So, can we get sound again? I think I need help every time. Oh. Let's go on. Anyway, just as an old painting can be restored, so somehow restored. Problem is that newer sound recordings and the cassette tapes, they will deteriorate much faster when they get. So getting brittle with time. It will break easily. And some old reel-to-reel tapes from the 1950s, for instance, will not be playable anymore. So what was recorded on them is lost forever. And there are hundreds of thousands, or probably millions, of unique recordings of African music that are stored on a tape like this one. But everything of that is recorded on a tape that we cannot anymore play is lost forever. Archives of recorded music we can find in museums, libraries, national radio station. All African countries have large music archives. And there are private archives and collections as well. But many of the archives can no more access their music. And the reason for that is that they don't have the equipment to play the recordings anymore. Like these. Like reel-to-reel players have not been produced for the last couple of decades, now hard to get. Record players for 78 RPM records are hard to find today, and even cassette players are getting to be a thing of the past now, when we all have our music on our mobile phones. So therefore, the music recordings in many of these archives are inaccessible. They can't play them anymore. But these archives contain a very vital part of many African countries' cultural heritage. Many of the recordings that we can find here, they are music and culture and anywhere else. Nobody else recorded than the ones who recorded them for these old archives. Mostly the radio was doing these recordings. So there is an urgent need to save these recordings, not to lose an important part of your cultural heritage. And to do that, we need necessary equipment and a system to save these tapes. Now we need to locate and obtain those old recordings. That's not always easy to find out where are they now and how can we get hold of them. And we need to identify what is on that tape. And that can be a challenge. Well, not all archives are too well organized. It's not really easy to find out what is on some of these tapes. But there might be gems hidden inside here. Maybe the only existing recordings of very musical heritage can be in this heap of old records. So we need to search. And this picture that you see here is actually from the archives of music at the Malawi radio. That's where we started on the project that has inspired this one in Rwanda. I started picking out tapes that were to be digitized first, together with this guy, Waliko, who is a music anthropologist and Malawi music expert, also a performing musician and a radio and TV man. So he was 4 things in one. And we did digitization in a small digitization room at the MBC, Malawi Broadcasting Corporation. And we tried to be organized, very analog. We had tapes that had metadata. We had those that were digitization, the digitized ones. We digitized about 7,000 songs from this archive. The digitization itself is often the easiest thing. Challenge is in the details. It's called the metadata, the information about the records. Now, some of them, these boxes of tapes, they have very good information. It has been meticulously entered in the tape box. Others, there's not so much to get. So here in Rwanda, we need to prepare some detective work when these old recordings. We may have to start from just a song title, nothing more than that. of maybe is a name singer. We must try and find as much as possible of the information that we can about this recording. And therefore, one of our main priorities must be to find people with a thorough knowledge of Rwandan music, because they can help us. We can collaborate with them, find as much information as possible about old recordings. Some of these old recordings will be registered in an archive, and there we can find a lot. Sometimes the information is with the collecting society, registered for copyright. Sometimes the artist will have participated in radio or TV programs, and information will be found at RBA, for instance. Even might have a song in their own archives from an old field recording like this one. One thing I'm very, very certain about is that there will be a lot of this detective work to do in order to find the metadata. But it's worth it. It's of vital importance that we take this part of the job seriously, because registration of data is necessary in order to make a good and useful archive of this music. And of course, is a main aim. It is important to save the content of all digital media, using it. But I don't think we digitize it just to put it in a museum. I think it's important to make the digitized music available and accessible today. In Malawi, we made it available. We didn't have a good enough archiving system there. That's what we hope to get here. And we are collaborating with the Norwegian copyright organization Norcode, and they will help us develop a good system for archiving this music. A music collection that is searchable, accessible in this way, can be very important. It can be important for music professionals. It can be important for media, of course. For you at the universities wanting to do research and write about the music, and for the musicians, of course, to find a source of inspiration in older music. So there's a lot of uses. And it's also important that we can make this digitized music available to the general audience at home and abroad. Just think about how many expatriates from this country live around the world and would love to be able to have access to some of the music they remember from when they were kids or youngsters in Rwanda. It's also important to reintroduce this music locally and make people hear it here, because so many of these recordings have not been heard for years and years. In Malawi, we managed to start radio shows that was based on the digitized tracks from the archives. They had not been available for Malawian listeners for a couple of decades, and they became very popular, these shows, on Malawian radio. So many years, the music from the 1960s and 70s that had been forgotten was back on the air in Malawi. And people were listening to music that they remembered from their younger years. And we managed to revive a lot of interest in the cultural heritage of the country in this way. So I hope we can get shows with music from our digitization project on Rwandan radio too. It should be possible. They should be interested in it because there is an interest with the audience. But of course, such radio shows will mostly be appreciated by those people who have lived quite, who remember this music from earlier decades. There are whole generations now that have grown up without having a chance to hear this music because it has been inaccessible, stored on media that couldn't be played. So we need to bring the music to them too. Many young artists and musicians in African countries, including Rwanda, have too little knowledge of their own country's musical heritage. They often play music that is heavily influenced from abroad. Our digitization project can give them a chance to get to know their local heritage in music and inspire them to use that in making their modern music today. Instead of copying American R&B that a lot of artists are playing, or Jamaican dancehall, which they can get quite good at playing, but it's very hard for them to get better than the Americans playing American R&B. And it's very hard for them to get better than the Jamaicans playing dancehall. So we want to show them that if they make modern music based on their own cultural heritage here from Rwanda, they will actually be the best in the whole world to play that music, because nobody can compete with them then. We did something like that in Malawi. We invited young musicians and singers to workshops, and we listened to music that we had digitized, and we gave them a challenge. Use this music as an inspiration to make their own modern music. And now I think I need help again to get the music on here. This is awkward. So this is what they heard. Field recording from the village. Don't stop. And this is how it inspired the young musicians. So you see, this is how this old music recording from the village was transformed into a modern music sound. And we did that on a full album, the young musicians in Malawi. We challenged them to use the inspiration from the music of the past to make new music, or to make new versions of the old songs, or to make samples and to program over it. And they did all of it. And here is another example that we sampled the district of Ronga. So this was something that Takula vocalist Marlene Chakwera had an idea about in position to sample this recording from the village. And she composed her very first rap song based on the Karonga tribesmen's tune. No, this. Now, the lucky strike was that this Takula album, with songs inspired by the digitized tracks that you've heard a couple of examples from now, became the most important communication we had about the digitization project in Malawi, because it caused international interest in the project. For example, an article in the very influential music paper Songlines. And features like these can't evaluate how to spread the word about the project. And even more important was that this album of music came to the attention of the BBC. And they actually picked up the Takula album, got interested, they called me, and they said, we would like to do a documentary on this project. And I said, yes, please, but go to Malawi and do it with the musicians and the people there. And they did. And it became almost 1 hour long radio documentary that has been broadcast several times. And that shows how a CD produced new music by young artists inspired by the old traditions of a country can be something that really creates exposure for the whole project. So several broadcasts of this documentary to interest doing it in other countries too. So in a way, this BBC feature and the Takula is part of this starting session. So therefore, studio musicians combined. It also be Rwanda Heritage Project. I think we can get some very interesting music out of this. Then we can promote, send a message to the world about music and the quality of music, make it available around the world on these different systems that we have. So that's my hope for music project. Thank you.
Yes.
I think we need to clap once more for the two presenters. And you can see what technology is doing or helping us to do. This reminds me one said once that technology itself does not impress anyone. Technology itself, it can't impress, but the experience that it creates. The experience that it creates. So in other words, having technology is good, but doesn't make a difference. But what we do with technology. So you can see that the experience of Malawi elsewhere, it is transforming the music industry. So we would love to have the same, and I think that's the dream. We have now come to the important session to give the audience the floor or the chance also to react, to give feedback to the two presentations, the one of Professor Morris and the team, and the one again on digital music. I think they are all interesting, and because of time constraints, of course, we are going to have like 4 interventions, and the rest will be entertained during lunchtime. Yes, the floor is open. If it is a compliment, an appreciation, not only questions. Yes, please. Tell us your name, then the person or the team to which you are addressing the comment or the question, then you go straight to the point. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Chantal Umuhoza from Rwanda Cultural Heritage Academy. Mine is not a question, it's just an appreciation for the two presenters. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all the presenters for today's sessions because they were really interesting. But mine goes to Sipra. I'm not good. Okay, the session that we've come recently to see, I can say that I can say that I can't wait to see our music heritage being digitized, because as someone from the museums of Rwanda, I know that we have a rich culture which should be accessible to everyone to see how rich we are. And I can't wait to see that project being realized. And I'm sure that this will be like a chance to open several doors to our young generation, because some of them are not interested in traditional music, but using traditional music as an inspiration to modern music will be somehow very interesting to everyone here in Rwanda. So thank you so much for this overview of what you're doing here or what you are expecting to do here in Rwanda. And for the presentation of Maurice, it will be better because, virtual reality, augmented realities will help getting our, if I can say, museums or education sectors be somehow engaging and interactive. But I see some challenges that it's somehow difficult to find some programmers. I'm not sure if here you have some, but I'm expecting the help from you because I'm somehow involved in exhibition development. If we could have some games or some overall collections in somehow virtual reality, it will incite even everyone to come to our museums or to play wherever they are, interact with our objects wherever they are. So, my question is, how do you plan to work with, like, with us to develop this, to create an interactive and engaging environment in our museums or in education sectors in Rwanda? Maybe it's a question, I don't know. Maybe you'll comment on that.
So you want help to create a virtual museum? Yeah? Programming resources. Well, we will help you if you need it, of course. We're more than happy to help you. We have many good students also who are very interested in collaboration. Norway, but we can act as consultants, programming. I think we'll figure something out. Now, today. Want to say something, Frank?
So our students have actually worked together with the Art Museum in Christiansand and made also virtual exhibition. If you raise a master project, they can program it actually. That would be maybe and in addition, we have of course a good cooperation with Makerere and Rwanda University, and and we have exchange students who could be trained in this technology. And I don't know, maybe Paul, you can also add, what is Makerere planning to get active in virtual reality? And Rwanda, maybe Matthias is not here, but someone else.
Yeah, I think it's being an education institution, we are always involved in research. To University of Rwanda, and us as academicians also we can start researching in these particular applications. So it's possible that we can continue having this collaboration going on, and this is the reason for these projects, for us to be able to see emerging issues. What are the emerging issues from these projects? For instance, yesterday, I already communicated to my Minister of Education and asked them that, okay, if we are teaching history in schools, why don't we also get a subject called futures, where we teach our young ones to see how the future, to create a possible future for them, for themselves, to see what's likely to happen in the future as we teach what was there. So that, for me, that was my take home from yesterday's presentation. Now, from today's presentation, we are getting this as a take home, where we can say, can get students we can be able to exchange and have these research projects.
They will be open for internship as well.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm just commenting on what you submitted, like requesting the presenters. The only thing missing is like, how do we bridge? How do we connect? Like you are connecting academia and some other institutions. For instance, like the National Heritage Museum. As you mentioned, like you said, you are like, you have that fear that we don't have programmers, but we have them. I'm from the College of Science and Technology. I have a big batch of students here coming from the African Center of Excellence in IoT. And I think this is all about augmented reality and artificial intelligence. I think we can do it. The only thing is, how do we bridge the gap and how do we connect up? So this is a platform. We connect up. We bring the use cases on board. We go on the drawing table. We design what we want, and then we can make it. Thank you.
So in this cooperation, there's also not only student exchange, there's also teacher exchange. So you have seen Morris, and he's in Rwanda. He would be happy to help creating a project between University of Rwanda, maybe Makerere University and University in Accra. So we would a little bit need to have a meeting to get an idea of what you actually are planning. We can find out how we can organize your vision. Are there any more questions? Okay, Derek, yeah.
Hey, firstly, well done. You know, it's my field, so. But I do have a question. Unless I was. Metaverse. This is all fold into that. I'm just thinking that there's another level that's being worked on systematically. So what you're talking about. Entity. Maybe I know you're going to have.
Sigbjørn, may I just challenge you once more? So you have been, yes, you had a long meeting with the Rwandan Cultural Heritage Academy, and they already have started a project and they have prepared a room. Can you just tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, we have been having a couple of meetings preparing this project. They have allocated a room for the digitizing equipment, which we will provide little by little from Norway to get going with the digitization work itself. But I think before that, we want to start by locating archives, finding out where the music is to be found, and to try and establish a system for registration of the music. What kind of information should we be looking for? We should, of course, be looking for a singer, musicians, song title, composer. There's a lot more. We should be what part of this music, what kind of group is it brought forth this music? Instruments, so many things we need through and work through this task. Set up the system and agree on everything we need to know about. We won't know all of that by any means, but as an aim. And when we then get to a point where we have the we can building an archive. This is what we never managed properly in Malawi. We managed to digitize the music, to put it into use, but we didn't manage to build this system. It's not a possibility within the project. So I hope something here. And I'm very positive to collaboration we have with Norcode, Norwegian sort of collaboration, copyright issues. They can help us a lot with this. And they are developing a system that we hope can be used for a test run, the Rwandan music that we digitize, so that we can be the first in the world to use that system here in.
Thank you, everyone. In fact, if I may very well, that is an opportunity actually. I think conferences, the scholars, practitioners, policymakers together can see more projects which are coming in the farthest near future. So be glad, all of us, to nature feed that child. It's likely to be born very soon. So because we are signing the project, participate in the exception. Important also to be there when the session has come. So we'll be present to testify that the other wish was translated into the reality, and with the scholars here present, nothing is impossible. So what comes first, the will, commitment of the users or the implementing agencies. And I know very much towards the dream we have, our hearts and heads. You know, sometimes you think with head and the heart. When you are passionate about something, it is not only in your head, also in your. So that is not scientifically proven. It is a reality that we live with. Something very important now is checking whether go for another break, but it's likely it is not yet ready. So what if we propone one of the afternoon session, then we have it now, so that in the afternoon we have less activity, because we'll be covering and maybe people may be having. So instead of having afternoon two packed, what if we propose one afternoon presentation? What do you think? Democracy? Can it work? Good. So in the afternoon, we're supposed to have the first presenter, digital media through copyright and intellectual property. The presenter ready? He or she make it? That is Hossein and Honno. Okay? It's online. Check. Hossein yet. Offset, yes. Okay.
of copyrighted works in Rwanda. I don't know if any one of you are familiar with the RSAL. Now, the heart of this is to state an obvious fact that African music are becoming global megastars in the digital music economy. This is Burna Boy here, but I could have produced many other examples of big successes from the African continent. On top of that, these artists are empowered by social media practices all over the continent. And I think you'll find that it's the same in Rwanda, that not only are the artists and the creative communities themselves very good at utilizing social media, but also the fans and consumers, listeners are sort of adding on to the effect of outreach in social media. In many ways, the Africans, different African countries, are experts at creating attention. And here I've listed some other weapons of mass distraction that you probably know already: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, so on and so forth. But if the Africans are empowered in terms of attention, they are also disempowered in terms of revenue. Because the vehicle for bringing money in and back from the streaming services, for turning 198 million views here, you can see that this kid has on the Euro video, for turning that enormous number that signifies success into revenue. That is the trick. And the key to it is actually copyright. Copyright is a legal right created by the law of a country that grants the creator of an original work exclusive rights for its use and distribution for a limited time. So, in simple terms, if Burna Boy makes music, then he should also be able to control the output of that music, because it's actually his exclusive rights that lies at the heart of the musical work. And there are some limitations and exceptions to this, including fair use, but in many ways, the copyright is a very, very strong and far-reaching right that lies with the creator and the producer of music. Copyright protects only the original expression of ideas, not the underlying ideas themselves. So it's the song that Burna Boy makes that is protected, not the chords he uses or the rhythm patterns or even lines of lyric taken out of context. It's the whole of the creation that is protected. And this protection is enormously long. It spans the author's life plus between 50 to 120 years, depending on which territory in the world you're operating in. What is the heart of the matter here is that the music industry, all different parts of the music industry, are in some way or other related to copyright. They're copyright industries, that's what drives them. And these rights actually starts at the very top of our power chain, international power chain. Every nation that is a member of the UN, the United Nations, and I think by now there are around 180 member states, have signed on to Article 27 in the Human Rights Charter that states that everyone has the right to the protection of the moral and material interest resulting from any scientific literary or artistic production of which he is the author. So that's the very top of it. And this declaration is by law. Every country is bound by law to implement this principle in some way or other into their national legislations and adhere to it. On top of that, we have two international conventions, the Berne Convention from 1886 that deals with musical works, that is compositions, composers and songwriters, lyricists and music publishers. And much later, 100 years later, the Rome Convention from 1964 that deals with the rights of the phonogram or the recording. So that's a right applied to performers and producers. Producers could also be broadcasters. And these rights are sometimes, the rights derived from the Rome Convention are sometimes named related rights or neighboring rights, because the principal right lies with the creator from the Berne Convention. In Europe, as you will probably see also with the African Union, we have the EU law on top, which is the next level. And they follow up on both the conventions and the Human Rights Charter by stating very clearly that when you create an original literary, scientific, and artistic work, you are protected by copyright. And nobody apart from yourself has the right to make the work public or to reproduce it. So these are actually the simple principles that lie behind all copyright as adopted into national legislations. Are there any questions so far? If not, I'll go on.
No questions.
Okay. Now, these copyrights related to different kinds of expressions are part of a family of rights. We call them intellectual property rights. The origin lies, of course, in traditional property rights, where a state protects the ownership of property in some sort or other. And that is physical, material property. But here it is extended into the property of the mind, the creations. The idea is basically that in a democracy, we need people to express their minds. It's welcome. It's something we need. Because that's how democracies evolve. And this is, of course, related to the freedom of speech. And freedom of speech, as such, is first and foremost a moral right. It is advantageous to a society that people with different temperament, different opinions, different personalities are able to freely express their minds, to stick their heads out of the windows and do something courageous, to say something that perhaps isn't welcome or popular, but still needs to be said in order for society to move on. The family of intellectual property rights that we are talking about here is copyright on one hand, patents that some of you might know from other fields, industrial designs, and also databases and trademarks. So in that larger family belongs also the rights of music and of software development and many other activities that you are discussing at your conference. As I mentioned, at the heart of these rights lies the moral rights. The economic rights are actually secondary, insofar as you are first and foremost encouraged to speak your mind, to develop something radical or necessary. And then on top of that, if it turns into a revenue stream or of some sort or other, then you are also entitled to be part of the remuneration that follows. So the management of these rights, not the application or the principle of the rights, but the management of these rights are actually an economic activity. As I mentioned, the copyright lies with the person who creates the work, and the starting points being a set of exclusive rights. But the rights holder then has the power to decide how the work can be used and by whom. And this can be done either by individually managing the rights or individually signing agreements by users, or you can assign the rights to another entity, business entity, a management entity, either a record label or a music publishers. But in most cases, how we operate in the field of music is by giving the mandate to a collective management organization in order for them to manage the rights on the individual rights holder's behalf. And why do we do this? Because individual management might be impractical or even impossible. Let's say that I compose a piece of music and it's played on the Rwanda radio. It's going to be very time consuming for me to call up the radio station in order for them to pay me what I'm entitled to. It's probably a fairly small sum. But at the same time, I'm also performed in Botswana, I'm performed in Norway, I'm performed in Sweden. So in order for me to manage these rights individually, it's going to be practically impossible. I wouldn't do anything else. And because the sums are so small and they come from many sources, it is much better for me to assign those rights to an entity that does it all the time on a high professional level. So in many cases, collective management is the better alternative, and sometimes the only feasible way to manage rights when the works are used in high numbers by many users. And also, it's quite unlikely that I, as a single rights holder, will be granted permission to be broadcasted or be on streaming services, etc. Because the radio station doesn't want to deal with millions of creators. It's very, very cumbersome for them to do business that way. They want one license that covers all the usage of music, and they can get this through a collective management organizations that is situated locally. Also, practical consequence of a collective management organization is, of course, that you have the collective bargaining power towards big business. I, as a small composer, have very little negotiating power towards the Rwandan radio. Whereas if someone came with the entire catalog of musical compositions, they would have a much better bargaining position. Copyright covers all communication to the public, and these are administered by the collective management organizations. So radio, TV, newspapers, public gatherings where music is used, concerts, cinemas, background music in shopping malls, cafes, streaming services, all of these are communication to the public, and hence subject to copyright. Every arrangement or venue or arena that has a commercial or public aspects in order for the rights has a commercial and public aspect will make the rights kick in. There will be an entrance fee, there will be an advertisement, there will be a public space, etc. And again, as I mentioned, there are limitations and exceptions, and one of them is that the citizen often is given the opportunity to make private copies in a limited number for his or her private consumption. So to make a digital copy is not illegal as long as you don't, in most territories, as long as you don't multiply it and turn it into a large enterprise. Music in a private party is not a communication to the public, and hence not subject to copyright or copyright treatment. So you don't have to worry if you play music at your birthday's party, then you are off the hook. Are you good so far? Okay, no questions? And you can still hear me?
Yes, we can
Yes, we
follow
can follow you.
this.
Very good. I'll go on. Collective management collaborates across borders. This is a global web of organizations that are tied together through reciprocal agreements. That's why, in my example, where I mentioned that I, as a member of the local society here in Norway called TONO, TONO has an agreement with ARSAO in Rwanda. Hence, I am also protected in Rwanda because these two societies have a reciprocal agreement between them. And internationally, globally, around 15 billion euros are collected and distributed to members of music CMOs. And that is, the members will be composers, songwriters, music publishers, record labels, and performers. And money collected in one country can go to a rights holder in another country through these reciprocal agreements that I mentioned. This is especially strong in the field of musical works. As you saw, the Berne Convention came about in 1886, so it's been around for a long, long time, establishing very good practices, at least in the analog world, for creating these exchanges of remunerations. But and I don't think I mentioned it, but in the system created under the Berne Convention for composers and authors, we have 177 member countries. So that's almost the same number as countries that are part of the United Nations. The only countries that are not members of that list are some very distinct outliers in the Arab world and also in countries like North Korea and others. The Rome Convention for performers and producers has not been active for that many years, just some few decades, as you saw. But still 96 countries, I think is the number now, are also member of that convention or that international treaty. Among them, Rwanda. So, just to recap a little bit, this is the life cycle of a song. Someone creates the song, a composer or a songwriter, and this is, of course, an immaterial invention. It's intangible, a property of the mind, intellectual property, protected by the Berne Convention, and leads to collective organizations for authors and music publishers. Sometimes, and this is quite confusing, this area is called music publishing in American lingo, because they have a slightly different system in the US. So someone creates the work. The next step is that it's transferred to a tangible medium. And I think Sigbjørn showed you a wide array of what that can be. And this is where the performers and the producers kick in, because this is where they are involved. They are not involved in the invention or the creation of a song, but they're involved with the materialization, the manifestation of the song. So this could be a recording, a tape, a broadcast, a digital manifestation, So people now buy their tickets online, and there's a lot of issues related to this. They have swallowed recorded music because they're now part of streaming services. And they have also absorbed the rights because most of the income from the music industries now come from the digital. And at the center of these are the platform services or the technology companies that you know, and that also Sigbjørn showed you. These companies are not really music companies at all. They're technology companies. They have nothing to do with music other than it's used as sort of a glue in order to keep consumers on their platforms. Either, as in Apple's case, to use their specific technology, their proprietary technology, or to stay on their service, to be part of their community, because it gives the companies enormous possibilities for monetization of these consumers. And as you know from the digital domain, the beauty of it is of course that everything is scalable, traceable, it's transparent, everything can be monitored, everything can be under copyright. But then you must play by the rules. And in many ways, copyright is broken in the digital. For example, according to the Berne Convention, you don't have to register a work in order for it to be under protection. This makes perfect sense in the European world in the late 19th century, where everyone knew everyone anyway, and there was a small elite that actually ruled and governed the system. But in the digital, you have to have proper registration in order for the work to be accounted for. So you actually have to develop practices that are not in breach of, but that acts if the law was different. So what I'm trying to get to here is that copyright laws have been lagging behind in the technological development. Because if you don't, sorry? Shall I go on? Yeah, why am I muted? Seems to go on mute. I can't hear because there's so much echo coming on here. Should I go on or can you hear me still?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you go ahead?
Okay, sir, please go on.
Very good. So my point here is a very simple one, that the laws are retroactive, they're lagging behind because the technological development necessitates registration and proper, as Sigbjørn called it, metadata tagging. Because how do you regulate traffic when cars have incomprehensible license plates or no license plates at all? That's a sort of a crude picture of where we are, but this is actually the case in the music business, and specifically for developing countries. That a lot of the music that comes out of Africa doesn't have registration plates, license plates. So how can we track them? How can we find out where they're going? How can we find out how many are accessing it, or listening to it, hearing it? And how can we regulate traffic when we have no idea what goes on? In the digital structure, you have a slightly different value chain than you had in the analog world, where the record label would take a recording and bring it to a shop and then have a sale over counter and collect the fees for that. What we do now is that the record labels, or the artists themselves, because they can produce music from their kitchen table, they bring the music to an aggregator that takes the recordings in and distributes the music to the digital service providers. The digital service providers are the streaming services of this world. And there are not that many of them. As you know, this YouTube, Deezer, Tidal, and you can count them on a couple of hands. What these aggregators do is that they tag and equip the music with appropriate metadata, the license plates. This allows monitoring companies to track the usage and send reports to these collective management organizations that can then license the rights to the digital service providers and distribute the correct revenue to the creative community. And this is the heart of the matter, because this is where African music suffers. There are no local aggregators in place in Africa. Recordings then have to be distributed to foreign aggregators such as TuneCore, Orchard, etc. And most of these companies are American. The result is that reports are very often missing or seldom received, and there's no money going back to Africa. And because the aggregators are not local, the monitoring of the markets are not in place, because the music does not have the appropriate or correct metadata identifiers in place. Also, a problem is that the local CMOs are not working properly. They're understaffed, they're under-resourced. This is exactly what we are trying to do at Norcode, to help the local CMOs being functional. And on top of that, the local CMOs are not able to license music to digital service providers because they are not set up in their territory. So an example would be YouTube, for example. It doesn't have an agreement for Rwanda with the Rwandan society, but they are still accessible for consumers in Rwanda. So this makes it very difficult to collect revenues on behalf of Rwandan rights holders. And this is what we have tried to address at Norcode with a project we call CMO in a Box. This is technology that we have developed in order to enable African music to be properly registered, tracked, and remunerated. Regardless of where in the world the track is listened to, we should be able to register it and then bring the revenue back to Africa. We are coding and finalizing the software for this as we speak in Nairobi, Kenya. And it's ready to be deployed later this month, we hope. And that should be in time to assist the project that Sigbjørn and the Rwandan archive is undertaking. These will be tools that simplify registration and that enables true scalability in the digital. The core of the system is a digital resource repository. So an archive that just stores the digital file, because a lot of information can be extracted from the digital file itself. And on the basis of a unique digital file, we can automate all procedures in order to equip the musical file with the necessary license plates. This should be then a very simple procedure for the rights holder. She just identifies herself, deposits a digital file and gives it a title, and the rest is actually done by the system. So the digital rights repository receives a file and automatically spins off the format that it's in, It recognizes whether the file is already ingested in another version. It places it in a tree structure so that each work and recordings related to it will be connected. For example, based on territory, based on genre, based on instruments, based on the musicians, based on all kinds of data that we can extract. And as I mentioned, with just some very few steps and basic input from holders of exclusive rights, we can automatically create a full metadata set for the handling of copyrights and fingerprints for monitoring services and a commercial metadata set for the handling of sales. I think that's where my presentation actually ends. It becomes a little bit more technical now, and we don't have to go into that, but just to show you here a simple illustration that actually illustrates the DRR and the automated metadata layers as a public utility that not only will help the CMOs and the record labels locally, but also can supply content for mandatory reposits in the National Library. It can provide technological data for blockchain suppliers, monitoring services, and it can actually in itself be an aggregator set up on top of that. So with that, I'll finish my presentation. I'm ready to take questions or be part of a discussion if it comes to that. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you indeed for the nice presentation. Again, this is another demonstration of the power of technology. So even at a distance, you can still deliver your lecture. You can reach out to your students, your friends, etc., etc. In fact, when I read the title of this presentation, what came in my mind, then I said, why should we talk about copyright? Why copyright? And what happened before the arrival of the copyright? It is like some people might have claimed a number of products to be theirs, yet they belong to others. What do you think? Before the arrival of copyright, or where copyright is not being enforced? That's why actually you will read in some readings and in some books saying that there is a bargain around the copyright. The bargain between the artist and the consumer. So if you download the material, you are using it. Yes, it is mine, so I'm using it. But the author or the artist will say, but you are using it for free. So in other words, that bargain between the artist and the consumer, when you read some different books, you are going to find it. In other words, we have reached the time to give feedback to the presenter. That's why I also wanted to bring up that the discussion that we read in different books, but also maybe to share what I have. I was imagining what happened before the arrival of the copyright, or what is happening where copyright is not enforced. Maybe the presenter is going to share the light on that. But let's give the privilege to the audience to also give feedback, supplement, comment, appreciate the presentation just given. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Jean-François Maniraho. I would like to thank the presenter. I really enjoyed the presentation. And I'm not going maybe to repeat I'm not going to repeat the items the presenter mentioned about on how the African music is suffering. So you enumerated some, let me say, some of the things which are really making African music suffer. But as a researcher, I trust that you went in deep and maybe suggested some medications under that issue. I would like to hear really from you, apart from just mentioning that we are suffering, what are you just suggesting so that we can really also move out of that black box? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Juvenal Sangimana. I'm coming from Rwanda Cultural Heritage Academy. Yeah, mine is to congratulate the presenter for this very good presentation on copyright, especially. Yeah, I was saying that mine is to congratulate and to thank you very much, the presenter, on this very good. Okay, thank you. Back here. Thank you. I was saying that mine is to congratulate the presenter because of this good, very good presentation on copyright, especially during this occasion when we are discussing the digital world we are living in, especially we were discussing on the virtual reality world that we are pushing to live in nowadays. But going quickly, yes, copyright, as the moderator was saying, if I may, that's the evolution of everything, because when you are thinking of what is right, with the historical background, you'll see that the conception of what is right was on a physical or a material object. But this came with the evolution of what can be considered as a right, because a right is not only posed on a tangible thing, but also can be posed on an intangible thing. Like our presenter has said, yeah, the song starts by being intangible, but when it is materialized, it is tangible. But the protection is on the song, which is intangible still. So from the material to immaterial, then especially with the song, we have to protect the production of the creation of the intellect or the mindset or the intelligence of a human being, so that how it come out to valorize the right which comes from the creation of the intelligence of a human being. So mine is a simple question. I don't know if it's a simple question, but with the what we are living in, the copyright is somehow a very complex topic to apprehend, especially when we are living in the world where a copyright can be created by someone else, not being a human being. I'm referring to the artificial intelligence, and that's where I would like our speaker, our presenter, comment on. If the copyright originates from the mind of a human being, but nowadays with the artificial intelligence, you can have a right, an intellectual right, which is created by, let's say, an animal or a creation, a technological creation of a human being. Let's give an example. If you are used to our domestic animals, like a dog, you can train a dog, and if you have a camera at home, incidentally, a dog can create an image, a photo. So, to you, our presenter, I would like to give us some aspects on the evolution of this artificial intelligence vis-a-vis the owner of the copyright. Yeah, that's one. The second is on this very interesting system of managing the copyright, CMOs, the collective management organizations. Yeah, with your experience back home, you have shared as an experience that gives us the image of the whole scenario of the copyright in Africa. It's like we are creating, especially musicians are creating. They have this hobby to create, but with this intellectual property, it's like there is a hole between the creator and the consumer. How these CMOs should be coming and should have the role to raise the awareness of these creators of the copyright about their rights. That's the whole issue we are living in Africa. We have the creators who have their rights, but they really don't know what are their rights and how far they can enjoy their rights. Yeah, that's the one, the awareness. That the two is the capacity building. Yes, we have a local CMO that you mentioned, the SIU. The capacity building is another point to look on, because with you who have a very good experience on how this operates and how they can generate the benefit to the creators. So I think we have to collaborate so that we benefit from your experience. For not to taking so long, I would just like to congratulate you too. If you have to comment on this, thank you very much.
Any last comment? If there is none, the presenter, the floor is back to you. There is one here, okay?
Thank you for the good presentation. My name is Kellen. I would also like to inquire from the presenter if we'd like to maybe shed some light on CMOs in the digital environment. How are you able to manage that? Like, yeah, the collection of royalties, and then with the CMO in a box, that new app that is being created, has that been factored in? How is it going to reach us? How do we benefit from that? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, the floor is yours, presenter.
Of the archive as one of the pilots for testing these tools. And as far as your question about digital licensing goes, we also have, as part of the package in the CMO in the box, we have structured in some what we call front office tools for enabling digital licenses. But the really difficult job here is to convince the big tech companies that it's worth their while to make agreements in Nigeria for the Nigerian territory, in Rwanda for the Rwandan territory, or in Ghana for the Ghanaian territory. And that's, of course, something that we cannot really control or even to a large degree influence. But it's something that is bound to happen down the line. I hope that I was able to shed some light on your questions.
Yes. Okay. So, did you get him? Where's the moderator? The moderator is back. Yes.
Thank you. We need to clap once more to the presenter. I'm very much sure that he has been with us and he will remain with us so that he can also contribute, why not, to other presentations. Thank you
so much.
Have a nice afternoon, wherever you are. I think it is afternoon. That's just my guess. Good. The reason why I walk out, I wanted to check on how ready we are to go the round of refueling. Mission says, just wait. How do we manage the just wait? We stretch our legs. Walk out, back, or you think? Okay. So let us take a short break of 5 minutes. Those who would want to visit the washrooms, just as you walk out, you turn right, then you at your left. In fact, the other corridor, that's where the washrooms are. Let's hope to be back after those 5 minutes so that we get to know the next step. Thank you. Music, but I don't hear music in this room. What's happening? Yes, we are preaching what we don't believe. What's up? Yes, put some music, some background music, as we have the short break. Thank you.
side of events today. So make sure you keep alert. Okay? Okay. My name. Okay. My name is Kellen Twinamatiko, as you can see. I work with Rwanda Development Board as an examiner, examination analyst. I'm responsible for the daily receiving and examining. By examining, I don't mean writing an exam. I mean analyzing, okay? Analyzing the application to make sure that they comply to requirements for registration. So that is my daily responsibility at the IP office. A little bit about my background. I mentioned it. I work with RDB, and I hold a master's degree in intellectual property, and that is why I come to talk about IP and copyright in particular. Yeah, so as we had already been told, the professor that spoke before me, copyright, he talked generally about intellectual property, and he said, does someone remember something about intellectual property? What is included in intellectual property? How many types of intellectual property do we have? Yes, 5 or 6, and those being?
I remember these patents, industrial designer.
Yes, someone remembers something else? Industrial design he mentioned. Yeah, so, yes, something else? Databases, those fall under copyright. Yeah, okay, so intellectual property is the bigger picture, the bigger umbrella. And then within intellectual property, there are different types of intellectual property, which belong to copyright, to industrial designs, to patents, to trademarks, and different others, traditional knowledge, different forms of intellectual property. But today, we'll concentrate on copyright because that is why we are here. I was asked to talk about copyright and IP in Rwanda, but also emphasis on digital media. Yeah, so like already mentioned, Article 27, where do we get the issue of copyright from? Copyright is understood as well, there are so many rationales, so many underlying concepts why copyright must be protected and why it is protected the way it is protected. And I really don't want to go into that. But Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights provides that every person has the right to freely participate in the culture of community, to enjoy the arts and to share in scientific advancement and its benefits. And also provides that everyone has the right to the protection of moral and material interests resulting from any scientific, literary, and artistic production on which is the author. Now, these two statements are a bit contradictory. Why? Because it says every person has the right to freely participate. That means if you come up with a song, if you come up with artistic creations, if you come up with scientific advancement, you come up with a new vaccine, I'm supposed to freely enjoy because I'm a member of society. Yeah? But then it also says that every person has the right to the protection of the moral and material interest resulting from any scientific, literary, or artistic production. So that means that as much as I have a right to enjoy, but you as the creator, you also have a right to protect it. So how will I enjoy it when you're protecting it? We fight. Yeah? So that is the dilemma of intellectual property. That is so it goes back to
Okay. Okay, so that is the dilemma of intellectual property. All intellectual property is geared towards making sure that there is a good balance between this public interest, this public interest of everyone participating, everyone enjoying the right, but also the right of everyone to have protection from the protection for the moral and material interest that is resulting from their creation. So this is the dilemma that governments are fighting with. How do we ensure that if you come up with a vaccine, you have the intellectual property protection, it is protected, you get the material gain out of it, but then also the public gets interest in the form of access to medicine. That is the so-called, dilemma of intellectual property. So copyright finds its basis in that whatever you create, whatever you come up with, whatever is the result of your intellectual creation, and it is expressed in a particular manner, it should get protection, and you should get the interest that results from that creation. That is the gist of copyright. So it is a bundle of exclusive rights. It is a bundle of exclusive rights. So this copyright exists as a bundle of exclusive rights. So you get, when we say you have a copyright, what we are saying is that you have an exclusive right in a song, for example, in literally work, like, for example, a pamphlet, a book that you have written or you have authored, music lyrics that you've authored. Basically, what we are saying when we say exclusive right, or when we say you have copyright, we are saying that you have an exclusive right. Exclusive right means that you have the right to exclude others from using that. Now, that is the beauty of intellectual property. You have the right to stop others from using, not the right for you to use. Let that sink in. Yes, so no. Why? Because if you come up with something, you have a right to stop others, to exclude others from using it. But for you to be able to use it, it goes through, it's not automatic. Why? Because it is subject to other laws that are governing that country. So if you came up with a vaccine today, you can get patent protection for it, for example, but it doesn't mean that you're going to start production that following day, because we have other things like FDA, we have all those other authorities. So you have the exclusive right to authorize others or to exclude others from using, but you don't have the exclusive right to use, until you go through the other procedures. But that is not what I want to concentrate on. What I'm saying is that copyright, so if you come up with something that is immoral to a particular society, and you will not get the right, you won't just use it like that. You might get copyright for it, but you're not going to just use it. If you woke up and wrote something that is derogatory to the sovereignty of the country, for example, you have copyright because you have created it with your intellectual creation, but you cannot start using it or applying it because it is not acceptable in that country. And then it can be divided. So again, from the UN declaration, intellectual property is property like any other. So it can be divided, it can be owned, and it can be enforced separately. To use a copyright work, one must get a license. So if you want to use someone else's work, you must get a license. You must get authorization from the owner of the copyright in the work. And it is also referred to as the economic rights, which enables the author to earn a living. So with copyright, it comes in two forms. It has two things. It has the economic right and it has the moral right. The economic right is the part that can be given out. It's property. It is property like any other. So I can give my child my copyright, my economic right, to get the benefits that come from the book that I have written. But you do not transfer the moral rights that come with that. So I'm just going over it. It is difficult to teach to talk about copyright in just 20 minutes. So I am just going over it roughly. And so the legal instruments in Rwanda that we are part to and which govern, in general, that govern our IP system. We have at national level, we have the Rwanda IP law of 2009. There is also the Kampala Protocol. Rwanda is yet to ratify the protocol, but generally speaking, it is a regional protocol for the voluntary registration of copyright and neighboring rights. And then we have the International Convention for the Protection of Performers, Producers of Phonograms and Broadcasting Organization, the Rome Convention. And then we have the WIPO Copyright Treaty. Also have the WIPO Performers and Phonograms Treaty. We have the Beijing Treaty. Now, these are indicated as IT because these are referred to as internet treaties. Why? Because, as we shall see later, the Berne Convention, here mentioned, is the mother of all copyright and related rights. So it was the first, and it is what sets ground. It is like the mother from which all others spring. Yeah, and so these other treaties, most of them came into play to address particular issues that had not been addressed in the Berne Convention. Why? Because the Berne Convention is so old. So some things like internet had not been thought about before. But these other treaties come in to ratify that. So this is why they are called the internet treaties. They address the internet issues, the digital issues that we've been talking about, in the copyright issues that are related with internet. Particularly the copyright treaty talks about software, but it also talks about digital reproductions and everything else that comes with that. And then the WIPO Performers and Performances Treaty. Now, back in the day, you'd have copyright. Copyright in a song would belong to the composer of the song. But then you find someone who has performed the song is not reaping benefits out of it. So some of these things came along the way to address issues. And why I'm saying this is because that you'll find that as we go and as the digital environment changes, there are still some laws that need to come up to address the existing or the arising challenges. If you're talking about artificial intelligence, for example, if you're talking about digital education, if you're talking about all these issues that are emerging, how do we now handle them if these laws if these treaties and national laws cannot address those issues? And then we have the Marrakesh Treaty to facilitate access to the published works. This I added particularly because it also concerns education. It is a copyright issue, but it concerns education, where the visually, otherwise print disabled, they were also considered, and this treaty seeks to address, to make sure that they also have access to this information or to access to information in general. And so this particular treaty provides that for works that are needed by the visually impaired or otherwise print disabled, that you can translate the works without seeking authorization because that concerns the visually impaired people. So it is also a treaty on its own. Rwanda just ratified last year in 2021. So it is a new thing within our jurisdiction. And then, of course, we have the famous TRIPS agreement. The TRIPS is what controls the trade-related aspects of intellectual property. You'll find that if it is books, anything that is income earning, income generating, becomes a commodity of trade. It goes through cross borders. It crosses borders. So how do you handle the IP-related issues that are related with the products that are traded cross-border? So this is an international treaty that is administered by WTO that seeks to address the IP matters that are related with international trade or cross-border trade. Basically, this is just, in summary, just an overview, but of course, there is a lot more to that that cannot be discussed today. Okay, so I mentioned something that the Berne Convention is the mother of all the copyright and related rights protection. And so here I tried to compare the two. the Berne Convention, the exclusive, the types. Remember I said that copyright has two types of rights. We have the moral rights and we have the economic rights. The economic right is what enables the creator to obtain value or to obtain interest out of their creation. And these are the most discussed or most debated type of rights. Why? Because, they have money involved with them. So they become the issue of discussion. So these conventions and national laws and treaties and everything provide the kind of exclusive right. When I say I have exclusive right, I have an exclusive right to do what? Yeah? So the kind of rights that are provided are these. The Berne Convention lists these, especially the right to make reproduction. Now this is like the fundamental kind of right to make reproduction. Copying, like literally copying. Yeah? A right to copy is copyright, So this is like the fundamental part of it. Yeah? And so this is what the Rwanda law provides, the famous Article 20 of the Rwanda IP law. Those that are in the IP space know about this. That it provides the kind of exclusive right. When you say have copyright in Rwanda, what exactly do you have? Yeah? What exactly do you have? When you say I have copyright in my song, if someone took that song and started showing it at a birthday party, somewhere, what would you sue them for? What kind of right do you have? So this is the right that accompanies copyright, and that is the right to make reproduction, to translate the work. Okay, so you cannot pick a book just because you like it. You translate into Kinyarwanda because for one reason or the other, yeah, because then you're violating someone's intellectual property or copyright. The right to adaptation, to arrangement or other transformation of the work, rental of the original copy, communication to the public by distribution of the original work or copy of the work, public performance of the work, communication to the public by broadcasting, by any other means, by wire or any other means. Now, all these have implications. When we talk about communication to the public by wire, communication to the public by broadcasting, what exactly are we talking about? But that is not the subject of discussion today. And if your neighbor is beginning to see people in twos, you might want to tell them that the teacher is seeing you. Please check on your neighbor and make sure that they are seeing one person in front of them. If your neighbor is seeing two people in front instead of one, please tell them it's one person. Virtual reality. Yeah? Okay. And then these are the moral rights. What is included when we talk about moral rights? This is what is included. Or what is included is the right to integrity. So you cannot get someone and distort it at will. Yeah? Or use it or change the information and distort, and you make it derogatory, you mutate it, you modify it, just at will. The owner, the author of the work has the right to sue you for violation of the moral right, particularly the right to integrity of the work. Yeah, and then the paternity right. Now the French believe that a work is reflection of the author of the work. So my work is a reflection of me, which is really true. Your work, your creativity is a reflection of you. So the work has a right to paternity. You have to attribute it to the author of that work. So if you use that quotation, use that phrase, you need to attribute it to the owner. And that is a so-called plagiarism, I think, in academia. If you do not attribute the work to the author, then that you're plagiarizing. And so moral rights are independent of economic rights. So you can sue a person in infringement of copyright. You can sue for infringement of economic or moral right. They are independent. The author, that is why you can still quote Shakespeare even when he's long gone. You cannot, the moral right of a work remains with the author even when they die. But for the economic right, it is life plus 50 in Rwanda. So the whole duration of the whole life of a person plus 50 years after they've died. So you have the economic right in your work, in your song, in your book, in whatever, for your whole lifetime, if you live for 100 years, plus 50 years after you die. So economic rights will go that far. It's life plus 50. But in Rwanda, moral rights are also transferable. The law allows that you can transfer the moral rights. Okay, so how then do we talk about, with all those exclusive rights, we have seen that you if someone is the author of the work, you cannot reproduce the work, you cannot translate, you can't do anything like this. Yeah? So how then, for teaching purposes, how does this affect us? That means that if there is a book, you cannot just get it and access it without authorization of the rights holder. You cannot make copies. If you're making copies of textbooks, then legally speaking or biblically speaking, you are stealing. Yeah, so that is theft. Yeah, so you do not have the right to do it without the authorization of the rights holder. So, but then, because remember we said that in the UN Declaration we said that everyone has a right to protection of their property, but also everyone has a right to enjoy literally and the progress in society. So as much as you have your protection, I also have a right to enjoy what you've done. Yeah. So that is in a bid to get to that balance. That is where the limitations and exceptions come in for the copyright. And so the limitations come in as constitution not balance, basically, to create a balance between the rights and interests of both the public and then the authors of works. Yeah, so for the limitations, the Berne Convention refers to specific limitations and exceptions, but the list is not exhaustive. So there is no exhaustive list of what can be provided as an exception or a limitation. Limitation means things that cannot be protected, and an exception means things that even when it is protected, you can use without authorization of the rights holder. Yeah, so those are the two scenarios that occur. So the Berne Convention provides, but the list is not exhaustive. So it allows it to the member countries. It allows the member countries to make it a matter of their legislation to determine those things that they consider to fall under limitations. But of course, the Berne Convention does not leave it open. It provides what is called the famous three-step test. So if it is an exception, you still cannot use it completely and entirely unless it has passed the so-called three-step test. So if something falls within a limitation or an exception in your country, in Rwanda for that matter, you still cannot use that work except you have subjected it to the three-step test and find it to pass all the three steps. Okay? So now the Berne Convention, because I said it was done long ago, it was not so clear. The TRIPS agreement came into place in 1994, so it is recent. So it puts it very clearly. So the Berne Convention says that the three-step test, it says that it shall be a matter of legislation in the countries of the Union to permit the reproduction of such works in certain special cases. That is the first thing, provided that such reproduction does not conflict with normal exploitation. Number two, and does not unreasonably prejudice the legitimate interests of the author. Now, that is a very, very, very interesting scenario, but we will not go into that. But basically, for your takeaway from this is that for whatever work you have to use as an exception, it must meet the three steps. It must be a special case, it must not conflict with normal exploitation, and it must not unreasonably prejudice the legitimate interests of the rights holder. And then the TRIPS agreement also provides that members shall confine limitations or exceptions to exclusive rights to certain special cases which do not conflict in normal exploitation of the work and does not, just like the Berne Convention had provided. So what is this so-called three-step test? Just if I may go through rushingly. So for anything to become an exception or a limitation, it must, first of all, it must be stated in the national law that this is an exception. That in this case, this is a limitation, this is an exception. And when it is stated like that, that is not enough. That is not enough because still, that is the first step. So it has been stated as a step, as a special case, and that is the first step. So, but the law does not, you must not indicate like why it is a special case, but if you determine that it's a special case, that is the first step. Yeah, and then second step, that is if it is normal exploitation of the work, it must have regard to not only existing but to potential users of a work from which the copyright owner can extract economic benefit itself. So it must also not affect, you must take into consideration the owner of this work, how would they benefit? So before you make a book, before you download it and store it, how do you think that author is going to make money if each one of us is able to take and download and use it? Yeah. So as much as it is for teaching purposes is a special case, but it conflicts with this, the normal exploitation of the work. And then the third step is unreasonable prejudice to legitimate interests of the author. So it must not bring prejudice to the legitimate interests of the author. If the author normally would benefit in this way, they would sell, and for you always doing it, always making so many copies, you unreasonably prejudice the interests of the author, then it ceases to become a special case. Now, these are the issues that eventually affect copyright and education. As much as education is a fundamental human right, and people need access to information, need to use this information for research, but we also need to take into consideration the needs of the authors of these works. So for our law, for the Rwanda law, what is considered a limitation, official text of legislative works, administrative and legal nature, news of the day, mere items of press information, political speeches, and speeches delivered in course of legal proceedings. Those are the limitations. So you cannot get that extract of a speech and say that I'm copywriting this. That is, it is not protectable. In other words, we do not protect that. And then for the exceptions, things when something is protected but you can use it without asking authorization from the rights owner is for personal use. So if I'm getting a song just for me to listen, or I'm getting a piece of a book for me to read, or for personal use, I'm not going to get financial result from it. That can be an exclusion, an exception. And then for quotations, parodies, criticism, used for teaching and educational purposes, this is where we are concerned. So if it is for teaching purposes and research, then it is a special case. You can use the work without seeking authorization from the rights owner. But that is only a special case. We should again go back. Does it contradict the normal exploitation of the work? Does it unreasonably prejudice the legitimate interests of the rights holder? Again, it has to go through the three-step test. And then news reporting, scientific research, libraries, recordings, and also fair use and fair dealing use by visually impaired people. So basically there's that, and of course there are the non-voluntary licenses where the government can step in and issue an involuntary license. So in Rwanda, our one other, for example, for the teaching, provision for the teaching, it says that notwithstanding provisions of Article 200, Article 200 is the exclusive right of the rights holder. The following acts shall be permitted in respect of a work without authorization of the author or other owner of copyright, subject to the obligation to indicate the source and name of the author as far as practicable. The moral rights, you do not violate it. To use a lawfully published work for teaching purposes by way of illustration, broadcasting, or visual recordings. Now, my interest is on second part, where it says the reprographic reproduction for teaching or for examinations in educational institutions of which do not serve direct or indirect commercial gain. So it mustn't be for a commercial gain. And then to the extent justified by the purpose, various articles lawfully published in magazines or gazettes, short of work got lawfully, or a short creative work lawfully published. So you must not be able to gain anything for which you can gain financial. Yes, please.
Institutions of learning where students pay money, and these are like businesses. Those institutions, they are teachers who teach. It's through teaching that the students pay fees. His owner of the school gets money, gets at the end of the day, it's a mark. So in that case, that school being free teaching. Right? They are using somebody's material to teach, and the student pays fees. Gets money at the end of the day, because this is a business actually.
Thank you for that question. Well, in the interest of time, maybe let me just get straight to the point. Yes, it is infringement. Why? Because as much as it is a special case, and you're getting, probably if you get a small portion just for quotation, for teaching, for reference, once, because again, I just skipped something on normal exploitation of the work. They says that exceptions do not operate for all the time. Normal exploitation is a dynamic concept, and an exception may come into conflict with a normal exploitation as technology and circumstances of use change. So if you get like a portion of it and use it as a school, that is okay. But if you're going to get the book and make copies for everyone, or get the whole book and use it all the time, then that contradicts normal circumstances of use. So the rights holder, again, this will go back to the rights holder may sue that you're infringing their rights. You may go to court and argue that it is a special case, but if they took the 3-step test, remember, it's not just the special case, it is the 3-step test. So yes, you will be infringing. Someone has something else to say?
So my name is Jane Omutoni from the University of Rwanda. So I was wondering, some of these materials we use are open access. So I'm wondering if I downloaded it and made copies, or even if I don't make copies, I tell students, go come with a copy of this article. Am I infringing on the author's rights?
Thank you very much. As our presenter has said, I think that case should not be considered as an infringing the copyright, because from that exceptional exception, the copying is allowed for teaching purposes. As long as you are limited to the teaching purposes, you don't get money from what you have downloaded. If you have downloaded for teaching purposes, you are not infringing.
Yes, if you've now, first of all, there are different things that come with open sources. Yeah, for open sources, usually you'll find that they are, what do they call them? Research. There are those other conditions they put. Yes, Creative Commons. You'll find that somewhere the author has allowed people to use, and all they want is attribution. Yeah, and so you use and it's okay. They've waived their economic right. But where the author wants the economic right, and you download it, somehow you circumvent the protection measures that are there, and you download it, and it's not just quotation. Yeah, you use it all the time for your quotations and part of your teaching materials, like he said, then it becomes a problem. Okay, so let's let's look at it like this. See, if you're the author, you come up with something and you want to get economic benefit out of it. So think about when you would be morally right to say that someone can use my work, and when now they are overstepping their boundaries. Yeah, so this tries to balance the rights and obligations. If you use it, that's why we say that normal exploitation is not always. Like for one case, one-off, it might be okay. But if you're going to download the same book, year in, year out, all your students are using it, then as much as it is for teaching purposes, but it is prejudicial to the legitimate interests of the right holder. Is that okay? Is that clear? Yeah, so it might be normal, it is for teaching purpose, it is for research, you use it, you quote one piece, but if you're going to take that, get everyone, and I don't want to jump the slides, but that's what introduced the private copy system, that for songs, they mentioned the CMO. The CMO collects royalties when you play a song. When you play King James's song, for example, as a hotel or another entertainment entity, you're supposed to pay some money for playing that, which is a royalty that is taken to the other one. But even now for reprography, the works like these ones, in most jurisdictions, we don't have that in Rwanda, but in most jurisdictions, they have the private copy system, levy, where everything that can store is charged an amount because it is assumed it is going to be used to store that book that you're going to download. So anything that produces, that can store media, they levy it so that this person that is creating the work gets benefit from this. So ultimately, it's not just if it is a special case. Ultimately, is if it is it passes through the 3 stages. Okay, so we had finished that. So that is for the, and if you read also our law, if you look at it critically, you'll find that it's also not saying that for teaching or for examination education which do not serve direct or indirect commercial gain. So at least if it is not serving directly or indirectly commercial gain, but if it is a school, people are paying school fees and you're not just doing it once to make a quotation, you're just using it or habit to download and get documents and do what, then it becomes a problem. And they add that to the extent justified by the purpose. I would have quoted so many cases, but I think because of our time, we shall just go over that. So in summary, use must be limited to special cases, and that reproduction does not conflict with normal exploitation of the work. So normally, if I write a book about organic chemistry, for example, normally who is going to buy that book? It's people that are studying organic chemistry. So if for teaching purposes now, you get it and distribute it freely, where will I make the money from? Yeah, so at least it should not conflict with the normal exploitation of the work. Yeah, if that work is made for that particular purpose and then you're using it as a special case to get that work for free, then it becomes a problem. And of course, and that does not prejudice the legitimate interests of the author. All the 3 conditions, I say it in bold, in red, highlighted, underlined, that all the 3 conditions must be met cumulatively. And of course, like I already mentioned, that is what introduced the private copy system. That whatever instrument that you use, anything that can store something that is digital. Now, this is copyright in digital environment. That anything that can store anything that is digital, when it is entering into the country, you should pay a levy, private copy levy, for your private use. Because if it is a song, and you download for private use, he downloads, she downloads, all of us in this room download for private use. So where will I make the money from? Yeah. So that is why the private levy comes in, so that everything that is able to store generates a revenue, so that even the person, the author, gets something out of the work that they've done. Yeah, so it's a blanket tape levy. It's paid by the manufacturer. Also, the manufacturers pay part of that levy. The importer or the person making an intra-community acquisition. Of course, currently we are not practicing that in Rwanda, but with the legal review, we hope to start practicing that, so that people that that do these works are actually rewarded for their integrity. Yeah, so those are some of the things that keep the USB, the DVD, floppy disks, everything that can store must pay a levy. Yeah. Yeah, so now when we look at the issues for copyright, for research and study, we have the copies for users. So each person, like I had mentioned, makes a copy. All of us make copies, and it is for research. Then it becomes a problem for the owner, the author of the work. Limited to research and study, proof of user's purpose. So if in case of infringement, you also need to show that you are using it for, what you are using it for, that there is no benefit to it, which can be difficult. Yeah. And then amount that might be copied. So you'll find that in some circumstances also, if you want to copy, you can't get the whole book. You get probably parts and pieces. Now that becomes a challenge to access to information, because you can't download the whole book. Restrictions by author on published unpublished works. Unpublished works, so if there's copyright, but then if it is unpublished, then you're not even going to access it. You're not even going to know that it is there. Yeah. So it also becomes a challenge for education copyright in a digital environment. Making available on premises, that means probably you need to print. Everyone has got to have a computer. Which of these, some of these resources might be difficult for especially developing countries. And then availability of licenses. Am I able to afford a license? Who can I get the license from? In places, if there's a CMO that is managing that, you probably can get the license from the CMO. But if it is not in place, or if the present CMO does not handle reprographic rights, then it becomes a problem. And then unharmonized laws. So you find that in our context, copyright is life plus 50. In other countries, it's life plus 70. In other places, different laws. So that becomes a problem. Here, copyright has expired. In another country where you need to get the book, copyright is still on. So that also becomes a challenge. So there's so many issues around copyright and digital and education in the digital environment. In dealing with that, there's need to extensively include and define the flexibility. So be clear that this give more flavor to it, not just, for example, the one that was given for the free reproduction for academic purposes. So they say that you should also condition justifying the use, and so it's not clear still. Where exactly is that? It's not clear where you stop. Like what I'm explaining, I'm saying there is the educational purposes is an exception, but if you just read it like that, you'll think getting the whole book is okay, but which may not be okay. So there is such needs to be clarified in the laws. And then define criteria related to copyright in digital environment. In the digital environment, the issue of authorship, who is the author. If I get a book, combine this and that, put things together. If it's a movie, if it is you find people mixing up things. So it becomes now a problem of authorship in the digital environment. And also the concept of originality, where we have 3D printing originality. How original, who did this? That becomes also a problem. And then the idea of the concept of idea and expression dichotomy, because copyright protects finished work. It does not protect an idea. You have to have expressed the work. So in digital environment, that can be, because everything is fluid, it's not tangible. So idea, concept, expression dichotomy can become a challenge. It needs also to be defined clearly, like this is still at idea stage, and this is a complete work. Reproduction rights, exhaustion of rights, fair use and fair dealings, all those things need to be addressed properly in the law. And also building and strengthening surrounding laws, competition laws, for example, consumer laws, freedoms of expression, all those things need to be. Of course, there's a lot that could be said about that, but because of time, I'll just rush through it. And then, of course, we have talked about awareness raising, achieving the goals of the TRIPS agreement, that the protection, Article 7 of the TRIPS agreement, that the protection and enforcement of intellectual property rights should lead to the technology transfer for the mutual benefit of both right holders and also for the public. So that balance also needs to be taken on and to make sure that it is addressed in the laws. Collaborative regional and international effort. So it's not just one person. All of us, there is need for really harmonizing around so many things. And then we have also this animal called the bilateral trade agreements. So for example, we're talking about bilateral trade agreement, the AfCFTA, and there's going to be that movement within Africa, free movement of goods and people. So copyright and access to education materials, how is that going to be handled? Yeah. So you find that, for example, this is a general overview of these countries in green have provisions, copyright provisions for the teaching and academic, or copyright for teaching and libraries. Now, these ones do not have. So how are we going to handle that? If it is for library purpose, if it is for teaching purpose, and for them, they do not allow use of such materials for free. How do we handle that, especially when we are talking about free movement of goods and people? So those are some of the challenges that need to be streamlined, what has to be done in order to address some of these. Yeah, so with that, thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you too for your nice presentation. Copyright or property. In fact, I was trying to compare how we value fixed assets. That's like land. Somebody has vetted your land or your land. Danger. So when you pass that is then you cross about. So it becomes terrible. So the question is, we consider intellectual property where we consider land. When somebody attempts to violate the property and pay the person, yes, what is going to happen, Jen? Life sentence. So, intellectual property, in other words, in my understanding, should also put the way we land, way we value asset. So that's why different scholars will read books. So property is also a kind of oil century. So you can see how the prices are going high these days of the world crisis. I don't know. So if we consider intellectual property as the oil, 21st century, we need to understand why we fight intellectual. In other words, the other bargain I talked about before she presents between the artist and the end users. So thank you for the nice presentation. Let's welcome two comments before we jump to the next and last presentation of. I've had one. Also try to chip in, giving my contribution. Consider property as land. Yes, agreed. He's going. Yes, contribution.
Thank you very much for your very pedagogically wonderful presentation.
So the content we understand a little bit more, but it's still a complex. Now, as an educator, I have actually started to study the different Creative Commons description, and I have not yet seen teachers who some know the course, other people can do their course. What I do if I find a wonderful module from Wonder University, but can I just take it? The author has forgotten to put some, as if the professor does not put anything on the course, or because I use it for education. I put normally on my courses that you can use it in whatever way you relate it.
Thank you very much. Any other question? I take them.
This role was represented. If presented, but we are lucky to have director in charge of teaching and learning. The quality. Comment from you.
The copyright. Yeah. Said it. So to recognize someone, something. That's why is that GN something protection. Asset of an asset like
I would like to ask you, say, copyright, you have a system for copyright. Is it implemented? Is it enforced by authorities? Do pay from this? You have a reciprocal with published.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll start with his. What you mentioned about you've not seen like teachers putting those comments and yeah. So some truth be told, some of these materials are really free online, and all the owners, even when they've not put the Creative Commons, but by the fact that they've uploaded them and made them freely available, all they want is attribution, so that it doesn't come off as plagiarism. But also on that, you see the internet is a strange thing. You cannot close a particular note and say that I've closed the internet. So if you close here, you put, they call them the technical control measures, try to put protections around them, But ITs and every one of us, we know how to go around. Like if I go here, I'll access. If I do like this, I'll access whatever I want, So someone was arguing that if I got my wallet and left it here, this is my space, I've left my wallet here, and it is my space. And so because you can access it, you come and take it. Have you stolen? Have you not stolen? It's open here, it's here, you can access it. And so you've come and found something here and you've taken it. Have you stolen? Haven't you stolen? Have you stolen? Have you? But you left it here. He came and found something here. He wanted water. He found water and drank it. So those are the complexities of the internet, the digital situation, that someone may try to put measures, but the nature of the internet doesn't allow total control. So depending on how vast I am with IT and ability to protect online, my work, even when I try to protect, may still be easily accessible. But doesn't mean that I've not tried to put any measures in place. The fact that you opened easily doesn't mean that the fact that I placed it on my table, probably that is my way of protecting, you know? Yeah, so it is, it's not as an obvious an answer. I cannot say that yes or no, but it will depend on the situation and also the understanding that the internet, you cannot block off completely. Some sharp chap somewhere will have access in a way. So we need still, it is someone's property and we need to respect that. Yeah, so now I go to the question of the CMO and the implementation of the copyright law. Yes, the implementation is there and there's, of course, in infant stages. Yes, but for the figures, I have someone that works directly with the RSIU, though RDB also works directly with the RSIU. I'll request Charles to Juvenal to give a comment on that.
Thank you very much. Yes, the system works. That's the principle. The system works, but as Kellen has said, at the starting stage, yes, internally we have some challenges or some limitation because of the stage where we are, but the will is there. We want the system be properly working, but of course it will take time. Time in terms of capacity building to have knowledgeable personnel, the problem of engaging the right owners in this system to come to us and have a licensing agreement so that they give to us their works and we go and get loyalties for them. That's another limitation, but we hope with time we will come up with solutions. And with the review of the IP law, we want this system to be stronger. The idea is that, yes, for now, the system is in the hand of the private company, which is LSIU. But the purpose, or we have an idea to start with empowering them and see how the government can inject some resources to increase the capacity building, and if possible, starting with giving them the personnel. So that, and the third thing we want to work on is the collaboration with other CMOs around the world, in Africa, in Europe, like you said, with your home system. You saw that money which is holding there in Europe, not coming back to the right owners. We have that way to work on that so that we can collaborate with other CMOs. Thank you very much. If not, in terms of figures, I'm not really sure that I will give you the right. But every year, we collect the royalties and we share with the right owners.
Thank you. Quick one.
Thank you very much. Helen, thank you for your presentation. I want to know, here in Rwanda, do we have a special court which is protecting this property right?
I think not a special court for IP. It is the commercial court, really, because this is business.
You, creationists aren't about the human. They want good, then the world that changes nature, embedded in the human. So in other words, have skills, created how to live one another. It taught, all groomed, we are all shaped the way we are. Let us welcome Professor Beatrice, who is going to tell us about the CPD development. Professor.
To tell who I am. Zigiye stand before the of Rwanda. There is project. The day of this international conference, we are talking about many topics. Our educational system, that there are some gaps, some programs. If we are about lifelong for sustainable growth, this project, many topics as inclusiveness, we have gender equality, we have many topics. Yet those topics are not in our. We go the globalization. Is now I will not. The CPD we are developing from main ideas or main goals for TERS, but from our sister partners universities, Kerere University, Jima University, Agda, and University of Rwanda. Share. It is a sharing programs we are developing. This continuous development program, it will tackle on life skills with special focus on female students, but we will not ignore the male students. And this program is address many issues raised by the community, but also by the secondary school teachers. I will show you end of the slides why the Rwanda, the government of Rwanda has focused on integrating gender issues in our. The main objective of this program is to fill the gap in life skills and at University of Rwanda. We have been developed, we have developed many policies, but still we see that there are some gaps we need to fill. The specific objective of this program is to empower students and teachers, teacher for student skills, has identified many gaps, age and skills, which is like problem when our students are less in school. So after the school, they are competing for jobs. We've conducted many workshops where we developed the need assessment tools, have developed the program proposal, program specification, 2 modules. One module will 10 credits. Certificate. The program proposal the program also according to the format from Higher Education Council. The program proposal must have program title and the proposed award. We are going to award a continuous professional development certificate in life skills, gender responsive education. The mode of delivery will be blended learning. The program finding it will collect fees to be paid by students. Right there through which is supporting this project. The program development team, this program has been developed by a team of lecturers from College of Education. They are partners from have some members of the development and partners. We have planned to get 900 students per year. How did that number? We are going to consider. We're going to open one center per district, and the class 30 students. Lecturer. We are planning to start this year. The first year of presentation will be 2022, 2023. 4 years. We'll be having 3,600 students. The program background, it was about infusing of life skills through education. If we quote Atieno, beside that, the component of gender is not integrated yet, fully integrated in our program and policies, education program. Because also the purpose was to fill the evident gap in life skills and the gender, especially at University of Rwanda. Through this TERS project, its contribution by developing this program. The rationale of this CPD certificate in the life skills and gender dimensions will be like a response because life skills secondary school teachers need be on the same page of other teachers from other countries. This is why we think that if the secondary school teachers get those skills, it will be like a continuous it will be like a contribution, a continuous contribution toward our student, and it will be like a pepiniere. I don't know how to say it in like an incubator center where students levels of Rwanda. We have the gender dimension component of the program. We have seen that the revised national gender policy from the Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion, which has been revised in 2021, as recommends a national effort to ensure that not only gender equality concept and principles must be well understood in different categories, and based on these, have developed 2 modules. The first module with 10 credits, we have life skills education, secondary schools. The second one is gender responsive education. You know that we had at college level have a module called academic life skills, but we need to bring other ideas in life skills to be on the top of how program specification, and we have program graduate attribute and learning. In that, we have knowledge and understanding. We have cognitive intellectual skills and the application of. And at the completion of the program, the student will get life skills, responsive in teaching, learning, and assessment, method, approach, what they will apply in their day-to-day lives. We have also attributes of communication, literacy, analytic techniques, and those skills, communication literacy, general transferable skills. The completion of the program, student will be. Students, we are saying students, they are students. They will improve their self and life skill. They will share experiences with educators. There are a long list. General skill. The have also the teaching and the learning strategy. Two, lecturing, self-study, and correction. Engagement. Students in reading, learning resources. The second one, participatory methods such as project-based learning, case studies. We get assessment strategy. The previous presentation showed that we still have some gaps or some problems. Yes. Assessment strategy. Another component, the module descriptions. The module you are seeing in the screen, life skills education for secondary school teachers will focus on life skills and life skills education, skills of knowing with self, have in black many achievements to reach, skills of knowing and living others, life skills for effective decisions, and gender responsive education for the schools will tackle on understanding gender related concepts. On introduction to gender responsive education and its importance for secondary school teachers, the socio-cultural context of Rwanda, and the gender policy environment in Rwanda. We have many policies we based on national gender policy, which was revised in 2021. Girls' education policy, education sector strategic plan, 2018-2019, and up to 2024. We need to see the status of gender equality in Rwanda education. We have gender disaggregated statistics, enrollment, promotion, and retention rates, school dropout, teenage pregnancies. We need to address all those issues through that CPD. We need to show or to demonstrate how a teacher must conduct the lesson in order to be responsive and to show how teaching method she used in his teaching sessions or in classroom management, gender responsive assessment, need to for these things. How far we are with this the development of this CPD program. The continuous professional development certificate in life skills and gender responsive education has been developed with his different components as it is required by Higher Education Council. Now we have it. It is ready to start the process of validation. It must be submitted to the department level. After the validation at the department level, it will continue to school level. After it will go to college level. In a college level, after it will continue to be submitted to your, if I am not wrong, Dr. Andre, the Director of Teaching and Learning, who is in charge of this process. Maybe he will show us if there is any step I didn't mention. I would like to thank you, but before I have some statistics which show that why Rwanda is putting effort in integrating gender perspectives in all education system in Rwanda. Not to go into this, but you know that gender inequality is in our culture has not seen as unjust, as a respected social norm. This is but the political will of Rwanda leadership of world if we have showed two key factors that Rwanda society must put. We have two major changes. The two. We have seen that after 1994, that Rwanda must reconstruct the country, and the reconstruction of the country involves women and men. That time, there is no choice. There is no choice or to exclude reconstruction. The second one, the Beijing recommendations show that Rwanda must put effort increasing the participation and decision-making position, the high-ranking decisions done, because we have parliament % of where this I would like to show you the commitment which promoted the gender equality in Rwanda. They are end of commitment. They are country level, starting the Constitution of the Republic of Rwanda for 2003, which has been revised in that the minimum 50% quota for decision making must. There is another, in our constitution is stated that education is a fundamental right to ensure that Rwanda's citizens another tool or another commitment is from Vision 2050. The Vision 2050 considers gender equality as a cross-cutting issue and committed to establish gender-friendly legal and political. Another one is the National Strategy for Transformation 2024, which is shows that the foundation of the decades of sustained growth must consider this. Must consider the standards of living for Rwandans if we want to go far where we are. There is another one, the revised national gender policy. Like a convention of all forms of discrimination against women, which was in 1979, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 4 and 5, Beijing Platform for Action, He for She Global Impact Campaign, Protocol for the African Charter on Human People Rights, and other commitments. How far we are in our education policy environment with gender perspective. We have developed gender education policy in 2008, revised special need education and inclusive education policy in 2018, where we have to focus on equity based on the disability, gender, rural, and urban dichotomy. We have another policy, education sector strategic plan, 2018, 19, 23, 24, education sector policy, which focus on girls and women education, science, technology, and innovation policy in 2022, with the main objective of diversifying initiatives to promote women in STEM. A competence-based curriculum framework, which has been developed in 2015, gender as one of cross-cutting issues in all our curriculum. 9-year basic education institute policy, gender policies. We have given an example, Kuara Gender Policy 2016, which we need it to implement it, but because we have developed it, but we didn't implement. What kind of gender gaps we have in Rwanda education? I would like to invite you to look, to go through this statistical data in gender education at all levels. See, in nursery, we have like 50% female, 49. See, the percentage is equal, almost equal. But if you go from secondary school, the differences are still not, but in tertiary, have in 2019, we have 56%, 56, almost 57 for male who are enrolled in tertiary in higher education. The percentage of female is decreasing. TVET is the same. If we go through the gender statistics, the gaps in the national exams pass rate from 2016 to 2019, you see how gaps are look like. 93% in 2016 for 86% for male were 93, female 86. In 2017, 93, the gap is like the same. But in 2018, you see female rate starting is good. Is good. Is bad. If we go in the TVET, you see how females and males are enrolled in as trainees in the TVET. If you go to the sector arts and craft, you see that female are enrolled in the arts and craft sector field. They are 83%, almost 84%, while male are 16%. If you go to beauty and aesthetics, you see female, the rate is high, 82. If you go to business services, I was saying that if you go to business service, the female rate is high. The male rate is the almost 20%. And if you go in technical services, see female 23%, while female the rate grows very fast. If you go to in mining, the rate for female 85. The percentage of female are almost some sectors. In STEM, students enrolled in STEM. These statistics were collected from 2016. See a percentage of men STEM 2015, 2019, the 60%. 2000, the percentage of male enrolled in STEM is higher than 32% for male. End of barriers for girls and women education. A various barriers. Social, institutional, personal barriers like pregnancy, disability, poverty in our different in student different family, sexual violence, gender stereotype. What strategies the government has put in to address gender gaps education system. Promotion of gender transformative education, because TELS, the main purpose of TELS is to transform education towards the global objectives for sustainable development. Gender transformative education uses all parties in education system to achieve the gender equity and equality. It is a process, but we have started. It includes pedagogy develop. We have to update policies and pedagogies. Learning environment, we have to develop our learning environment towards gender equality, gender perspective, community engagement, transforming stereotypes and norms, the practicing, the challenging relationship, gender norms, raising conscious. I want we are putting effort in developing this program. This program has been developed a team. The other colleagues, if there are something they want to add, they are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you, everyone, for having remained energetic and awake throughout the day. Life skills, gender education, very important. But what are these life skills we are talking about? Going to be taught, but before they are taught, can we go back with some? Just the way just presenter asked what are the copyrights we have been talking about. So among these, we recognize the confidence skill. Confidence. Sometimes you have a content, but you lack confidence. You graduate full of confidence. Sometimes competence is not there. The other way around. Competence, but you lack confidence. They say, yes, but you have a master's degree in this. Yes, but. Confidence and competence should go hand in hand. So that's why I'm saying that confidence is a very important skill. Decision making. All of us are leaders in different capacities. So decision making is a very important skill that we need to verify ourselves, that we need to inculcate our children and even the students we have our responsibilities. Stress alleviation. Stress. This is what is stressful. Kids, work, especially these days when public servants await or have received the SMS. Sometimes you calculate, then needs go beyond the means. So when the needs go beyond the means, my friend, stress comes up. They need a professor. Yes. So stress alleviation is a very important skill. Adjustment skill. Adjustment. They say, yes, this was the plan, but the plan has changed. They say, no, this is what we have planned. Don't, you should not stick on the plan. Just the plan. Just like in the morning, I really thank everyone for having been flexible. There is what we had planned to be discussed in the afternoon. Then we said, okay, what if we propone instead of postponing? They say, no problem. So adjustment. Adjust. It's a very important skill in life. Self-awareness. Self-awareness. So do you know who you are and yourself? Your temper. Sometimes controlling our emotions. Yeah. Important. Positive behavior. Positive behavior. It's also a very important skill. Critical thinking. So there are so many skills that shall be taught. But before we hit that stage, I found it very important. We also need at least more advanced level of awareness around what type of skills are we talking. So I don't want to take much of your time. I want to welcome supplements to Professor's presentation. We are blessed today to have someone once again from the Center for Gender. Yesterday we were with Dr. Jory. Today we are blessed to have Jen. Jen, Professor said, there are people who contributed in the development of the CPD. Then I looked around, where are they? Then I found you. Here is the mic.
Okay, thank you, and a very big thank you to Prof. Beatrice. She has really done justice. She has given at least a picture of the situation and why this program is coming at the right time. Of course, it's alongside many other initiatives that are in place, and I think we all know that. Everything, I think, even to me, everything starts with education. Everything starts with knowledge. If you don't have the knowledge, if you don't have the skills, we are talking about teachers. If they don't have these skills, then I don't know what they can give, because you cannot give what you don't have. So I think it's important that the teachers are equipped with these skills to integrate gender in everything they do, which is not very easy. And what they are not doing right now, we can't blame them, because as you saw in our culture, we are brought up in a certain way. You grow up and you find things are done this way. It's a patriarchal society, and it's not only in Rwanda, it's many other places. So you grow up seeing things are done in a certain way. If nobody comes and shows you how to do it differently, then it continues like this. So it's really very important. The TELS project thought about this, and hello. So like I said, this is coming at the right time. As an education institution, especially College of Education, we are all there and we are ready to help. I come from the Center for Gender Studies. We are really happy to partner with you to help, show how it should be done, because since we specialize in that, not everybody is okay with how it's done. For example, one time we were trying to see how to engage teachers in peace building. Peace building is another cross-cutting issue in Rwanda. And when we were asking them, like, how do they do it, or how do they think it should be done? Then some of them were asking us, like those who are teaching chemistry, were asking, how can you integrate peace in chemistry, in a chemistry subject? Because they think it's something that should be written, and then it is integrated in that, in that what they are teaching. But there are many ways you can do. You can integrate peace in a course, a subject, without necessarily having it in the curriculum. It can be the same things we're talking about, creating an environment where everybody feels they are comfortable. There are those who may not be comfortable listening to what you have to say, but as a teacher, you have to come up with creative ways to make everybody feel, part of the deal. So it is the same for gender. It is through the interactions. It is through the environment. It is through the whole process, as you saw, the transformative education. When you're trying to integrate gender, you integrate it in everything. It could be the seating arrangement. It could be the language, and the language means a lot. There's a language we use. You might think it is something small, but it is very insensitive. So it goes through everything, as you saw, the policies, the environment, the community, because even parents have to be part of the deal. Everything. Let me not go beyond, but I really appreciate what is being done, and we are ready to partner and make it happen and achieve what you set out to achieve. Thank you very much.
No, Prof, that gives another. Not walking alone. Gender. There. Support the college. Don't have any other business. Handing over the mic to my boss, Doctor.
Present CPD. Shows partners, say steering board, discussed about this. The development of this project say that transformative. Make it inclusive. That's why now this CPD is going to be developed. And I want to quote, but the idea that I got based on Mandela, that if you want to destroy society, there's no need to bring Katyusha or just. So, as now, if we want to make education, we want to sustain the growth of countries, we need to support the teacher. That teacher is going to get this CPD. It is the one who is going to help students, children to grow with this aspect of equity, these important, skills to know that there is no need to exclude the other. So that is very important. As now I was saying, see, is 5 25. We are going to close for today. The session of today, it happened at Rukara campus. I thank everybody. It's a bit far from, but supporting transformation. After this session, there is another next one. I think you will like it. It's another presentation. We are now going to move this place to Silent Hotel. Those who knows the environment, the center, we go there. We want to get time to say each other or goodbye for today. Have our buses. You came by buses, so we are now going to use the same buses. Those who have their private cars, use them. There's no problem. There, later. Minding that tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., meet again in campus where we were yesterday. I think there are also many like this one. Presentation. All presentations prepared for this conference. So I thank you very much, and I wish you good moments at Silent.